There is an ending, but it is not the ending. There are lies and there is truth, and there are many gray areas between. And we are so excited that you're here joining us in the actuality tonight for this, the finale of A Woman with Hollow Eyes. Wake up from shadow, we've been waiting for you. And there are many secrets, actual capital S secrets, that may come into play tonight. So I will warn you before any such danger awaits, but get excited for those of you who are eager to see things really start to shatter here, I think. So hello, everybody. I am Darcy Ross. I'm game mastering Invisible Sun tonight. I'm the community relations coordinator from MCG, and my pronouns are she, her. Let me introduce my two amazing co-performers, and let's get into this story. So James, do you want to start?
I am James D'Amato. You might recognize me from the One Shot podcast or the Campaign podcast, where I host and GM. But this week, I am going to be playing Calvin Weaver. His pronouns are he, him. My pronouns are he, him. Calvin is supposed to be a weaver, but he did sort of lose all of his aggregates, which if you don't play this game, aggregates are what weavers use to cast like 90% of their spells. So he's in a bit of a situation.
Just a teeny one.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a little bit of a one. But thankfully, he doesn't have any very powerful enemies that he's about to face. Oh, wait. I'm being told that he does.
Excellent. What could possibly go wrong? And here we have...
Hi, I'm Adira Slattery. I'm Adira. I'm going to be playing Shayna Zman tonight here on A Woman with Hollow Eyes. My pronouns are she, her, and Shayna's pronouns are she, her. Shayna is a apostate who has just recently been reunited with a sword filled with all sorts of wonderful good things, and only
good things, probably.
Good things.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, and a lot of voices, and everything will be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Invisible Sun is a game that in many ways we are playing a little unusually, and I am all about that. That's been great fun. But one of the great aspects of Invisible Sun is kind of taking a more leisurely approach to the pace of things that we haven't really done. And so some of the advancement that opportunities have been a little lessened for these two wonderful, extremely powerful Vizsla, or magic users. And so we are finishing up a little bit of character creation as these two folks grab together their joy and their despair that they've amassed, huge mountains of, really, into crux. So they bring, for every joy, you get a despair, and that you can link up with a despair, you get basically a unit of advancement called crux. This lets you advance in your forte, the thing that's really, really special about you. So your forte is
Warps time and space.
NBD. Your forte is
Walks the path of sun.
so there's lots of really powerful abilities that you can unlock there. It also adds to your pools. You can spend it on moving up in your order. So we have the Weaver, who's in a bit of a tight spot, as he only has one aggregate left, and you need at least two to weave, so problematic. And of course, our apostate eschews order, and exactly. And we'll use the crux to take this hodgepodge of interesting powers and abilities. And then there's acumen. Like stabbing, exactly. And then there's acumen, which is for expertise you gain through moving through the world, unearthing new things. And so you can use that to buy spells or skills or many, many other things, or secrets. So is there anything you are excited to share that Shayna has kind of unlocked, or we might potentially see this episode?
Yeah, so Shayna unlocked a few apostate abilities with her crux. Generally, she's a little bit more hardy in a fight. She picked up some extra resistance skills.
Nice.
And she deals a bunch, even more damage when she stabs people now.
Apostates are very stabby.
Yeah. She also picked up an interesting secret where she can reassure her weapon before a combat by whispering to it to make it better at stabbing.
That's very good. Oh, gosh.
Yes.
My heart.
It felt like it fit with the sword. So,
yeah, very much. Okay, I'm excited. And what are you looking at over there, Calvin?
So Calvin has recently spent a great deal of crux to advance in both his order and his forte. So he is going to be a fourth degree weaver, but normally that sort of gets resolved in between scenes stuff, and I've sort of talked to Darcy about it already. We're kind of going to have that happen naturally throughout at some point in the story, because we've been kind of discussing it and hinting at it throughout this season. The other thing is I advanced in Walks the Path of Suns, which takes me all the way up to the Gold Sun in terms of abilities, which the Gold Sun's ability is I can travel to any realm that I choose, and that'll cost me a good 7 of my sorcery points. And for 2 more, I can take any other people with me. So that's pretty rad.
Yeah. I also have a very similar ability
What?
that I just purchased called Spatial Warp. It opens a doorway to anywhere in actuality. Things can go in either way.
That's interesting. It seems strictly better than mine.
We'll see.
Mine costs a lot more than yours.
Maybe. Okay, but I also picked up some secrets. To remind people, Calvin's secrets are Expansive and Magnificent Endeavor, which allow him to spend up to 10 bene for sorcery tests, which is rad.
Wow.
He's got Elevate and Magnify spells. I can spend additional bene to increase the level of spells that I am casting.
Very helpful.
Increasing, like leveling a spell up to 5 additional levels. So I can take a level 5 spell and I can make it a level 10 spell.
Wow.
I also have the Mage's Path, which you know allows me to walk through angles and navigate in ways that are ineffable as long as I'm not prevented by a level 6 barrier. I've got Advanced Sortilege, which allows me to add 2 Sortilege to any enhancements for a spell. And I just picked up Additional Target. I can add up to half the spell level to add another target for a spell. And I've got Beyond Me, which allows me to cast spells on people that are meant to be personal spells for me.
Oh.
So that is probably going to be pretty neat.
Yeah.
I do still have, looks like 13 acumen left, so I think I'm going to dump that into skills.
Nice.
Do we know what the cost of different skills were?
Yes. Action skills cost 2, narrative skills, or action skills cost 3, narrative skills cost 2, downtime skills cost 1.
All right, that's probably 3 per point. Which book is skills going to be in?
They're kind of open, but there are some suggested ones in the key, and I believe skills only go up to level 4.
Okay,
So heads up,
cool.
you cannot just dump it all into
I've got 10 skills.
Yeah.
so many.
I'm maxed out on all my stabbing skills. I need to start diversifying in my stabbing.
Yeah, could I have the path over there? And the gate. I need
Yes.
both, actually.
Here you
Give
go.
me all the books.
Wow, all the
Wow,
books.
so many books for me.
Hooray.
Cool. So we left off at a bit of an interesting cliffhanger last time, so just to catch folks up where we'll be diving in. They had just left the a sort of place beyond the spell that keeps the secrets of the war on the down low. So they just come out of this secret changery records room sort of thing, and so they are emerging back onto the intense battlefield of Darkball that has descended upon Fartown, and indeed the Darkball itself is in the possession in a secret hidden pocket of
no
some
pocket,
sort,
yeah.
a no pocket of Shayna's. So we will see what comes of that when we open back up on the screen. So you might need a minute more with the skills, I imagine.
I am
what are you
almost
looking
done.
at?
I'm just giving myself some defense skills for the first time. ever.
Wow, nice.
Somewhat defense.
Defense skills?
What kind of defense skills do you have?
Yeah, I have 2 levels of dodge and 1 level of resist.
And you folks picked up some pretty cool magic chain armor from, I don't know, a pretty person we like to call Tori something very cool.
Oh,
Tiora.
Tiara, yes.
So is that included in your defense, or?
That was not, no.
Okay.
Including that would be 3 dodge, 3 resist, 1 withstand.
Wow, nice. Very good.
All right, yeah, so the last things that I picked up were 3 levels of dodge, because Calvin is mostly just taking
Oh,
hits.
gosh.
Up to
Calvin
this point
sometimes
in
needs
his
to get out
life.
of dodge.
That's very true.
And I also took a level of resist. So
Cool. 1 resist, and with your chain cool armor, which it looks like a cape for you, right?
Yes.
It gives you 1 of each. Additional,
And then there was,
or?
it gave us 2 of one and then 1 of the other 2.
yeah.
Yes.
So I think I'm at 4 dodge right now.
4 dodge, 2 resist, and what did you take your double in?
I think it was withstand.
Withstand.
Withstand? Was it? I thought that was dodge. That's why I would say I would. Oh, wait, then I would have 5 dodge,
Which you can't have.
which you can't have. I mean, who can remember? Who can say?
Who could say?
I think I probably chose
There are no tapes of it.
dodge for it. So I'm at 4 dodge and 2 resist and 1 withstand.
Cool.
Yeah.
Got it. There are no tapes of it. Yep. It's a good thing we can't go back and check that.
Yeah.
Time flows in a linear fashion.
Yes. That armor is mega bad powerful. What level is it? I couldn't even
Well,
say.
I figure we're giving it back.
Yes, you are. Well, or you keep it, and it is highly unstable armor that you're free to continue wearing in extremely precarious situations. But
Well, I know what Cal was
Tiora
doing.
would probably appreciate it back. Tiora gave it to you on the expectation that you'd bring it back.
Yeah.
Ooh. One of my Sooth cards was facing the wrong direction, so I think we should start with that as it pops out at me in a very surprising fashion. So this is Endless Maze, which feels pretty good for stepping past the barrier from your changery back into the fray of Saturnine and Fartown. So, all good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where we ended was Calvin was like, "What do we do?" And then Shayna was like, "We win the game." And she unfurled the sword.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's right. He sees this terrible sword that is clearly some hate cyst nonsense, or is it? That might not be a thing that is immediately apparent to Calvin.
It looks like that goop, though.
It does look like the
It gives you a bad feeling, I would say, pretty strongly. So endless maze. It has to do with insanity and journey, and it looks like you're kind of fighting your way out of this weird hedge maze. So we're gonna start with that. So are you like you're in the lobby, or have you stepped through, sort of?
I think we were still in the lobby.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so you've pulled out your sword. You've got all your cool armor activated and things. We have, let's see, this is endless. This is enhancing Shayna.
Ooh, nice.
Yes, and blue magic and diminishing red magic, for the record.
Okay.
So yes, you're in the lobby. The person, the elder, I think it was an Elderbrand who had been at the front desk, has sort of run away at this point. There's a big weird sort of lock situation on the door that you can know how to step out of. What do you do? How are you going to do this? And the dark ball is in your no pocket right now.
Yeah.
You've also told the hate cyst things, or the sword or whatever, to be quiet, right?
Yes.
Pretend that you're. What did you tell them?
God, what did I say?
Playing the game where you don't speak or something.
Yeah. Time to play a quiet game. Yeah.
All right, they are trying, but we will see how well they do. All right, what do you do?
So Shayna looks at Calvin. She's got the ball. She sort of reconnoiters a bit, just sort of to confirm that her suspicions are correct. That yes, the changery got picked up by that massive hand, and yes, there are a bunch of people outside.
So have you taken the ball out of your pocket now? Or are you just sort of getting it at the ready?
She's just sort of got it at the ready.
Okay.
The thing about the no pocket itself is that it's just like a bigger area. Anyone could still just reach in and pull things out of it.
Okay.
So
Excellent.
yeah.
So as you sort of pull back some strange sort of satiny curtains and look out a window, you look out and the plane of the horizon is all akimbo. It feels pretty normal here, like gravity feels like where the floor is, but the building is clearly like shifted a lot, and you are hovering. The building has clearly been picked up, as you suspected. You can see just the edge of what might be some enormous stone finger. And you can see that there's sort of flying Vizsla down below. There's all kinds of like lights and showering sort of warps in you absolutely, your eye is noticing all of the points where space-time is getting warped and tinkered with and looped. You see there's some time loops you'll want to avoid down there. So it's total madness, but it's very chaotic. Before, when you had been, you could tell like, oh, over there's the dark ball, because there'd be a bunch of Vizsla sort of fighting for it. And some little skiffs, some little like sort of Scuffles, not skiffs. There's probably skiffs too.
Yeah,
some
small
scuffles
boats.
happening. One thing you do note is someone you actually know, Ishman the Wreckage, is an apostate who is a two-masted shipwreck, who's sort of in the fray on a bit of some of the water that comes in around Saturnine on the Alone on the coast. It seems to be trapped within this. So Ishman the Wreckage is sort of fighting off a number of other people near the edge of the playing field. What do you want to do? What's your plan? You're many, this would be a very, very dangerous fall, but you have all manner of ways to get down.
Yeah.
Okay, we clearly have to coordinate on this. I feel like either one of us could take care of the hand, but then there's still the building.
Take care of the building, you mean?
Well, I mean, it has to not fall and crush us. That would be an incredibly embarrassing way to die after the week I've had.
You'd probably live.
Not well. And we still have to do things. Like, this is an incidental... I have very important truths that need to be discovered and spoken and discussed at length, hopefully over something calming.
I want to win the game.
How does one even play Dark Ball?
I think you just sort of have to hold on to the ball till it ends.
Really?
Yeah?
Okay. Then we just sort of need to not be...
Or until everyone is destroyed, or until the Dark Ball is not in play.
Wait, so... I mean, is that something that you're naming, or...
Yeah.
That's something you know.
All right,
Okay.
Shayna would then say, or until everyone's killed. We could kill them all.
No, gross. Come on.
All right. If the Dark Ball leaves play, we've just got to leave.
Well, that's easy, probably. Great. So we're just going to try to go out of bounds with this Dark Ball.
Yeah.
All right. In what manner?
Shayna is going to poke her head out, keep poking her head out the window, and see if she can tell which is the shortest path.
The shortest path is to an edge.
Yeah, just straight line.
Excellent. So as you're looking out the window, you see that there's sort of a floating like tile floor that's sort of like a long kind of like banquet table looking thing, at which various important looking Vizsla seem to be held up, or maybe other important entities are sort of looking down over the game at what looks to be some kind of, they must be outside of the playing field, but are sort of hovering over it. That's the nice seats.
Okay.
It seems like they are kind of nearest, the closest edge to you.
Okay.
What you can sort of see the big weird floating pillars that demarcate the playing field. It looks right now over. There's sort of a couple of coffee shops near it. You're familiar with the area. That looks like kind of the easiest way to get out of here.
Okay.
It's closest to this changery.
All right. Kevin,
Yes.
that way.
Okay. So we just need to move ourselves that way.
Calvin, when you look that way, you notice that there is one of the people at this big banquet table is someone you recognize, Corazon. They look different now, as the warden of the Nightside Gold Sun would look different, ever changing and transforming. But it is there's something about their eyes that you can see even in the distance that reminds you of this enormous, kind of demonic-looking, beautiful, feminine, horrible form. But it is Kitty Hart standing next to her that that makes you realize that is absolutely the Nightside Gold Warden Corazon and Kitty Hart.
Now,
looking cool and aloof over the game.
We really haven't addressed this super much. Does Calvin remember Kitty?
I thought that Wayne had only written himself out.
Okay.
So I think you know Kitty, but I think it's fuzzy, right? So much of what you did together was part of Wayne too.
Yeah,
so
yeah. There are a lot of unclear things and absences there. Okay, so in order to get out, like if I'm hearing this correctly, we need to go through Corazon.
You will be in their midst. You'll be beneath them. They'll be looking down over you.
Okay.
There's sort of this floating banquet table of important people
So-
outside of the field.
That's a fine way to go.
Sure.
I kind of have an idea that I think might get us there.
Okay.
One of my, I don't fully remember everything very clearly, but like I've got kind of an enemy from work
Okay.
over there, and I don't know, she might retaliate.
I thought you didn't have a job.
Not one that pays money or orbs or whatever stupid thing that we use. The only jobs that I do, I get paid in enemies, I guess, is probably how it works. So I'm on board. I don't want to be seen, and this is going to involve me trying something that I've never tried before.
Why don't we just put a disguise on you?
I don't know how super great that would work, but it's probably worth the challenge. Unfortunately, I need you to do something.
Okay.
I need you to break that big hand so that this building falls.
Oh, sure. I can do that.
Great.
Everything seems to be getting, almost. You're almost completely like 90 degrees off kilter here.
All right. Shayna goes over to where she sees the finger.
You can just get the edge of a little fingernail.
She's got the Haiti blade in one hand and pulls out a long, very long knife in the other, and goes to chunk and attempt to climb up the finger.
So you're on the inside and it's on the outside. Are you going to go smash through the window or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so at least one of those weapons is definitely high enough level to break glass. I'm not going to call for a roll. That is unimportant.
I guess beforehand, Shayna will look at the knife and go, "You can do it,"
Oh, yay!
and stab at it.
Excellent. Which knife is this? This is
just a big knife.
This is just a big knife. Got it. Excellent. So you whisper encouragement to your knife, and how does it break the glass? Because this is sort of magical glass, but you're really good with knives. So
Yeah. Shayna pulls it in, and the glass looks like it's about to try and warp and refract the knife away from it, splitting it into a million different pieces.
Nice. Yep,
And Shayna just sort of angles it so that the way it refracts, instead it stabs into the glass itself, and then it shatters the glass, putting the knife back together, flipping it
perfect.
around, and she follows through with the stab.
excellent. As you follow through with the stab, this is I just pulled a new card as we exit the changery and move into the fray. Crowded tomb. I think this is telling me that there's a number of the dead sort of fighting around you. There seems to be a dead necromancer who's sort of, or conjurer of some sort that seems to be working this enormous stone hand. So you smash through the glass. There's all manner of really beautifully outfitted folks from the Pale and folks from the let's see, was it Silver? There were some folks from the Red.
Yes.
Folks in red who are dead, sort of fighting and casting spells, and one sort of locked in time. And so you smash through the glass, you're leaning out, you can sort of feel down trying to pull you in strange directions, and you're going to try to stab at the finger.
To just try and get a purchase onto it.
Okay, cool. So try to, with your expertise in knives, this thing is sort of knobbly anyway. It's not perfectly smooth.
Yeah.
And so you're able to sort of chink a little, a first hold into it.
Cool.
The sound roars into the room as all sorts of magic and thrumming and song and curses are sort of echoing around Fartown.
Shayna is then going to activate the warp time and space power of diverted angle
Good angle. Sweet.
to change the way that things move through the air and paths that things take and things like that.
Nice. And you are still enhanced.
Yes, cool. I am still enhanced.
Yeah.
And she is going to use that to, instead of swinging around, she's going to swing on top of it.
Okay. Sweet.
So she will land on top of the hand itself.
Cool. Excellent. It's sort of looking like this, and the building is sort of this way, and so you swing around and impossibly step on top of the hand, sort of where it meets the thumb.
Cool.
There's a bewildered-looking, more NPCs because we love them. A bewildered-looking Gene Crescendo, host of popular game show What's That? Gene is not wearing his usual hunter green, well-tailored suit with the bolo tie. It is that exact same suit, but sort of with a half coat of red paint on it. As and which colors are you wearing right now?
Shayna's wearing red.
You're wearing red, so Gene Crescendo screams at you, good on you, have you seen the dark ball?
Yes, I have it.
What's that?
I have the dark ball.
Oh my God.
Excellent. Three folks in silver levitate up and start closing in on you. What do you do? You have sort of a moment as you see Shayna get swung up. So you're waiting for Shayna to take it down.
I'm waiting for that hand to drop so that I can move this building. And I got to save all of these things, and I don't have a lot of magic that is going to.
Yep.
Shayna, I really need you to.
You also have hidden key. You have a.
I do have a wicked key.
The next thing I'm going to do is destroy the hand. So.
Yeah, but we need you to have the dark ball to make this plan work.
Yeah, but Shayna's got the dark ball.
Yeah, but you need to be with me. You need to destroy this hand and be with me.
Oh, I got to get back inside?
Yes!
Oh, I didn't.
Because otherwise the dark ball's just there.
It's in my pocket.
Yeah, but if I leave you behind in my building plan, then I get out of bounds.
And
the
I
dark
don't.
ball doesn't.
Yes.
You don't.
All right.
You just die.
Well,
or whatever.
How is this playing out? Are you shouting outside? Are you using some are we flashing back to Shayna, remember the plan?
Yes.
Shayna's
Okay.
Right, I have to be back inside.
Then I think Calvin, seeing these people head for his friend, is going to try and weave with a single aggregate to try and defend them.
Okay.
So, yeah, Calvin, seeing all of this, Thunder has the ability to create sound and fear. So I think Calvin is going to, and it's janky as hell, because he's just using thunder to do this. So he's grabbing thunder from the rumbling in the air being shaken in this thing, and he goes about this very complicated weave, and you can tell looking at his movements that it doesn't want to move the way it's being made to move. It keeps trying to drift back because it's not being held by a thing. So, but Calvin is I think I'm going to spend 3 sorcery on this, trying to get it to move back and interact with itself in ways that it simply doesn't want to.
And what's the effect you're looking for?
The effect is to frighten away these people. So
Okay.
I think I want a level 7 effect.
You'll want to pump some Bene in this weaving with one aggregate business.
So I think I will then just.
And can you remind me which hearts you have been?
So right now I am currently of the Thunder heart, and I've been a fire.
Okay.
No reason.
No reason at all.
No reason, it's fine, probably. Probably fine. So I do that, spend the 5, and I rolled the 10, which is not wonderful.
Rolled a 0.
Yeah.
Yes. As a 10 is a 0, it is indeed not wonderful. Great. So I'm going to need you to pick a new heart, as a piece of you comes shattering out with the thread. It's as thunder looks for another aggregate to bond with, the only thing it finds is what it finds of itself in you. And a piece of your heart goes sailing onto the out into the battlefield. What does this look like? A piece of you is gone. A piece of you has gone.
God, I need that so bad.
Yeah, you want that heart.
So
In happier news, we did get a subscriber, so one of us gets a sortilege.
Oh, good. I wrote Calvin gets it.
I'll need
Calvin
that.
is going to need it.
Yeah,
So
I
okay.
agree.
So Calvin, I think, like it goes from this intense moment of him like really trying to control this aggregate in a way that it is never meant to be controlled, and like he can remember distinctly Librelite telling him to never do this.
Oh, yeah. That's it's step one.
And he's holding on to all of that, and he feels nothing. Suddenly nothing. Like there's all that effort, and then there is silence and absence as this piece of his heart flies out. And I think like there is just sort of a sprawling awareness of his consciousness, like swimming without a heart, because like hearts are, it's not just like the beating part of you. It's something deeper. And he feels his absence of that.
You feel yourself getting extremely close to death. In fact, it is a critical part of you has been chucked out into the world.
Yeah.
But at the last moment, and this is all happening so fast, something rushes in and fills up that absence. So pick one. But functionally what's happening on the outside is distraction is made. Folks are very upset at what horrible, especially any weavers are looking up in awe as a thread indeed snaps before them. It starts to disrupt all manner of weaver magic happening on the battlefield. The three folks in silver are also sort of, bracing for the sound and the thunder and the rolling waves. But you were expecting Calvin to pull something.
Yeah, to do Calvin things.
So not knowing that Calvin had done exactly what he'd done, what actions do you take?
Shayna looks over at Jean Crescendo and goes, Jean, we're gonna fall.
What's that?
We're gonna fall now.
No matter. Jean takes a step and is seems to step out on little like rocks that seem to shoot up from the bottom of the ground, and she sort of just walks away uninterested as this building is turning end over end as this hand gets sort of loosens a grip for a moment. What do? So things are starting to free fall. The hand is looked surprised, jolted a little bit.
Shayna.
It's still kind of hanging onto the chaingery, but not really. Everything's going haywire.
Shayna has the sword in her hand.
Yeah.
And she looks at it and goes, "Time to be loud, kids."
Awesome.
And stabs the surprised stone hand.
Beautiful. Okay, cool. It sinks deep, almost pulling your hand in as their excitement to finally let loose this. They are yelling and screaming and so excited. But as they the whole sort of hate cyst material sort of encapsulates this entire giant stone magical fist and starts dissipating it and dripping it into horrible goop. It is extremely effective. Everyone is really horrified to look upon that. And despair, the dark ball starts sliding out of that no pocket, because it's just literally a pocket. And so in the changing gravity, it is starting to slide out and back into play. So I'm going to come back to that in a moment.
All right.
So Calvin's new heart, because I'm pretty sure this is not yours, is stoic. That's one that we currently don't have represented.
I believe so, yeah, because you're gallant.
Yeah, I'm gallant.
So does Calvin die or just get close to death?
Close to death.
So
you don't touch death, you don't think?
I think like there's an absence of a heartbeat. Like in the like Calvin is only at this point, because he's just his thoughts. He can feel the rhythm of the absence of a heartbeat. And there's something at the core of his being that understands that that's missing and grows something new to fill that absence. He can hear like the crackling of the fire around himself, reminding himself what it is like to have a heart. But of course, the path that he set himself on, a path to understand and experience things, means that what takes its place has to be something entirely different. And the beat is not the chaotic flutter of the ardent heart. It is the slow and steady, like thoughtful beat of the stoic heart. And Calvin takes a breath, and suddenly the effort, the pain, and the chaos of his environment is back, but he's collected himself. Well, that wasn't very wise at all. Oh no. Calvin scrambles up. His original plan of shooting this house to be somewhere else is probably not going to work.
The free fall's getting real close to having fell.
So instead, Calvin like scrambles up, like climbing through this house so that he can jump up to, I guess, like see his friend and see that this dark ball is starting to leave this no pocket.
I'll take that Vex. That's your movement Vex.
Oh, yes.
So
But
Calvin,
it's a particularly bad one.
Calvin
Yeah.
has a spell, and he wants to cause himself and oh my gosh, why can't I remember your character's name?
Shane? Wow.
I'm all sorts of not together
It's
right
a
now.
new heart.
Yeah, it is a new heart.
Takes a minute.
It's to cast the spell Vanish from Sight on himself and Shayna, and he wants to do that like he's enhancing this both to, the spell is normally just to target himself, and he's doing it to now target Shayna instead of himself. And he's also raised the level 4 notches from a level 6 spell to a level 10 spell.
Nice, great.
So he's doing this, and essentially this is a gray spell with a flourish if I choose, or if I choose a puff of smoke. I disappear, approximately an equal size to me and Shayna. We disappear and become invisible.
Cool. What is the Stoics' family now?
The Stoics family is going to be mysteries.
Mysteries.
The animal is the rat, and the
Finally.
object is the mirror. Ooh, good news, I guess.
And the animal is the rat.
So
That's so good.
Yeah.
Great. Boop. Changing that. Awesome. I just drew the Imperator, which for this +1 action, +2 if heart, and that would it's not of your heart, but you have a +1 on this, so you are
Cool.
enhanced. Very, very cool card. All right, so you are so you're sort of leaning out. You see that the dark ball's happening, and you're ready to just cast this and
Yeah.
disappear this whole space, right?
Exactly. Well, I was going to disappear the building too, but that seems unnecessary. And I was going to try and use the Mage's Path to like fling us elsewhere, but
Best laid plans.
Best laid plans.
In a
So
falling changery.
I think, yeah, Calvin has grabbed Shayna, and we've become invisible.
Okay.
Like people see us like on top of the hand, and all of a sudden we're not. And it's like Calvin says to Shayna, they can't see us right now, but we have to be somewhere else very quickly, and I'm out of things that can move us.
I have something that could technically move us.
I think technically is the best that we're going to do right now.
Okay.
Awesome. Get ready to do the thing you're about to do,
Yeah.
but that dark ball was starting to come out of your pocket, and the hate sistlings on your sword are freaking the F out. What do they do? I'm sort of putting these things a little bit in your domain.
Sure.
Like, do they scream? Do they shudder? Do they try to run away? What would absolute fear look like in these things?
I think crying.
Yeah, okay, like sobbing.
Yeah, sobbing and pleading.
Yeah, put it back, put it away, destroy it.
Yeah.
Awesome. get ready to do whatever you're going to do.
Sure.
They're freaking out. They
Okay.
do not like that dark ball.
We need the ball for later.
Get it away, get it away, get it away, get it away, get it away. It hurts.
Calvin, take the ball.
Calvin grabs the ball.
Cool, it burns the bejesus out of you, my friend. Yeah, so take a wound.
Goodness.
Just go straight to a wound. You can spend a physicality if you'd like.
I will absolutely do that.
And the longer you hold it, the more it will hurt.
We've
But
got to move.
We have a minute.
now.
Okay. Shayna breathes in and sort of weirdly appears to basically immediately center herself in this chaos
Yeah.
with all of the screaming around her, with all of this pleading coming from the like hate sistlings, as you said, on the sword, with like Calvin's ridiculous distraction, and she is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, puncture a door in time and space
Sweet.
that cannot be closed. So, I gotta spend all those basically.
That's a lot of points. Good.
Yeah. And before she goes, she realizes she has a good little idea,
Ooh,
and is going to pull out a small wind-up toy from her pocket,
awesome.
which is one of the backer ephemera from J.P.
Nice.
Rindfleisch 9. The ants go marching one by one.
Ooh.
And she is going to wind the toy, spit on it to make it wet,
Yep.
and toss it into the air.
Cool.
When the first toy gets wet, the marching toy will multiply with different noise-making instruments. Every existing toy multiplies every half second.
Oh, wow. That's a bit of a half-life. Excellent. And you folks are invisible, so it sort of plummets out of nothingness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think like just in the air.
Oh, yeah.
It won't stop multiplying until the first toy carrying the baton is destroyed with fire.
Beautiful. Yep, excellent. Great use of an ephemera object. So you have that distraction working for you, and then you're punching a hole through time and space?
Yeah.
A door? And to anywhere, to somewhere specific?
Just out of bounds, right? That's all we need. Or next to bounds, so we can walk out of bounds.
In case you want an inspiration?
Yes.
That's The Alchemist?
Yeah.
I don't know that I've seen that one before, because
Again, it
shuffling.
didn't exist before.
It's true. It's brought into existence.
It is Shayna's suit,
Cool. So something personal to Shayna, maybe?
perhaps.
Complexity transformation knowledge.
Shayna goes to puncture a door open to her house and realizes that she is puncturing the door open to her old house.
Oh, sweet. Perfect. In the ruined
That's
expanse.
a good pull. That
Beautiful.
rules.
Nice. So what does the door look like? So you sort of bring, I guess it's all invisible, so.
Well, the door's not invisible.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah. In front of Shayna and Calvin opens up a portal.
Cool.
Very specifically, like opens up. It looks like the sky, someone has opened it, like
Nice.
physically
Perfect. 'Cause
shifted
you're about
it
to
and
fall
moved it and
inside
opened
it,
it.
I imagine.
Yeah. So it is sort of sideways a bit. It is almost too square.
Okay.
Like you look at it and it's like, is that a 90-degree angle or is that like a 90 million degree angle? And it's just spinning back around and being a 90-degree angle again.
Cool.
It hurts to look at a little bit because on the other end is somewhere else.
And as the two of you don't have to look at it long, as you fall through and I assume it slams shut behind you,
No, I can't close it.
you can't close it at all,
Yeah,
ever.
yeah,
It stays open forever.
yeah.
That is a problem. That's a beautiful problem. Great.
Remember when I said that my thing had some difficulties with it? You were like, that just sounds better. And I was like, well, it's not.
I didn't say it sounds better. It sounds like what we can do.
You tumble into somewhere else.
Yes.
Is this like right in front of your house? Is it
Right
a
in front of
room?
her old house.
Cool. You tumble into a place ruined by the hate cysts, destruction everywhere, but this kind of impossibly kept together Vizslay's mansion with beautiful big columns and a cool big weird Vizslay symbol out front is in front
Floating
of you.
just a little bit off the floor.
So you tumble. I assume let's give you some damage for that. You take a little damage. Sharks falling out of free fall onto the ground, no matter what. So
I'll spend a physicality just in case.
yeah, we'll call that like 7 points of damage, which would give you fill up your injury once and give you a wound.
Do it again.
Yeah, exactly. So twice, and so you'd have 1 injury left if you spent 2 physicality. Or do you want to take the wound? My friend still holding the dark ball.
Oh man, well I'm gonna have to spend a physicality no matter what, right?
You could a wound will not kill you right away.
That's
Just a wound.
true. I think it's better to get wounded, so I will take 1 wound.
Okay. And so you'll spend 1 physicality.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're here. You can the din of the chaos and the sound of clockwork ticking getting louder and louder behind you in this weird door, sort of at an angle. This weird square door is still sort of roiling behind you. What do you do?
Do you think this counts as out of bounds?
I think so. We're in a different place.
Yeah, but that gate is very close.
That dark ball is starting to burn you more and more and more. Are you
Well,
doing
I'm
anything
gonna
with it?
put it on the
You're gonna
ground.
put it on
It's
the
like,
ground?
yeah, like
Cool. It starts sizzling all to heck, and the cystlings start freaking out, and a bunch of hate cyst, gross matter starts crawling in over the dark ball and enveloping it.
Guys, do you got it? Is that okay? Are you okay?
It's no longer a threat. There's the sort of mat, it's like how cells kind of congregate and move in that way. It's sort of fast action cellular activity envelop this dark ball, and then it just starts to go down, and the mats of hate cysts sort of spread out again.
Guys, I was going to use that.
They don't answer. They're very pleased with themselves.
I don't know enough about the hate cyst to make this judgment, but I believe that will be a problem at some point for us.
Yeah, no shit. Are you okay?
I lost something, and I'm trying to figure out if I need to get it back or grow it back. I don't have any aggregates left, which is really unfortunate for the situation that we're
that's not good.
about to head into. I think it will be fine for now. The things that I'm planning to do should be okay. Through the gate, are people coming at us?
They're about to, yes.
Yeah.
A whole mess of stuff.
Calvin is going to refresh his...
Actually, although what you hear is as soon as the massive hate cysts go down, you hear a weird droning noise as the dark ball match is over, right? So
Oh, good.
the game is over. People might still come after you. People see a weird floating door, they're going to check it out. But the dark ball match, as the dark ball is out of play, is now over. Yeah. So you have that at least.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so that's good. I mean, if this is a threat that is going to come to Calvin, then he is going to do something about it. If it doesn't look like
There's
it's
no
going to be a
immediate
threat, okay, yeah.
It's a draw. So
I did something foolish in desperation to try and protect you, and I believe I injured myself in the process. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
A long time ago, because either I foresaw the path that I would walk down as being very dangerous, or because I needed to exist as all things exist in order to develop something new, developed a condition that replaces my heart. I'm supposed to keep the old ones, I think, which is why I'm trying to consider whether it would be prudent of me to go back and reclaim the missing heart by making another choice, or to simply try and rectify the problem through other means.
You want to turn back time?
I will either turn back time on my own initiative. I have no reason to waste your resources at this moment. Or
I also can't do it that long. I got like 3 seconds at most.
Well, because I'm supposed to understand time for my lessons anyhow, perhaps this would be a prudent way to do things. And Calvin reaches into his hand and he pulls out a broken silver watch.
Nice.
It's a pocket watch that like has one hand missing and like the glass is cracked. I didn't understand much about time, Calvin says, winding the watch, but I've understood enough to make use of parts of it. It's very, very unstable. I don't know that I'll be able to, and Calvin disappears. So this is submitted to us by Matthew Dimolanta. At Legendary Flames.
Nice.
It is called One Last Chance. It is a broken watch. When you use this ephemera object, time will reverse 1 hour. The watch will disappear after its use, and your pools are emptied.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, Calvin. This is one of the reasons I was considering doing things another way. I just didn't know if they would work. Calvin.
Just dump the sheet.
Oh my
does
God.
sortilege count as my pools?
Yeah.
Okay. So Calvin reverses time 1 hour and is very careful with his stoic cart to not, or does he have the stoic cart at this point? This is interesting.
So let me read the text of this again.
So yeah, it's very
Just
scant.
straight up turns back time. Yep. So I think you have your old heart at that point.
Okay.
I'll pick these back up.
Okay, bad idea. Really, really bad idea. Don't do that. And I think he says that in front of you, but wait, like back when we're in this weird in-between space, reclaiming all the stuff. Don't worry about it. I will change the way I do things.
Are you Calvin from the future?
Yes, I am! I get to do that now.
We cut to a split decision point. What do you do?
So,
We can vignette things you do differently.
Yeah.
So Calvin has come to this point. He doesn't have the steadfast sturdiness of stoicism. He's back to like the sort of manic, ardent heart that he had before. Okay, I can't let Shayna get hurt. And it will take a part of my heart if I do this. So I think Calvin is going to change the spell in a way, and like I got to refresh my pools to do this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
so-
you have time.
Yeah. So he takes the action to refresh his sorcery, checking off
Jeez.
one of his
This is some BS.
action refreshes. Hey, I was going to solve this problem through BS no matter what,
That's
Darcy.
very
so
true. I get that.
this is probably going to make you the least angry.
And he still has the thunder aggregate.
Yeah, he still does have the thunder aggregate. He is going to use it up in a similar way. But his goal in this is he's going to spend, I think he's going to spend 6 sorcery to this time use this in. Oh, do I get sortilege? Do I get the sortilege that was given to me by the back?
Yes.
Okay, so he's going to spend a sortilege on this. He
Thank you, Sublime March.
is
Thank you.
this time intentionally going to weave his heart with the aggregate, with like his theory being, if I do this well enough, my heart will be woven with the aggregate, and instead of having it unexpectedly ripped from me, I will perhaps displace it and maybe still need to grow a new heart, but I will retain it in the way that I've retained my gallant heart.
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
We have Misunderstood Beast in play, which is your family. because you're back to notions.
Okay, that's a 1, not a 10. That would have, I almost flexed.
Oh my gosh.
But I did roll a 7, so plus,
and we get encounter flux.
plus the 6, that's 13. Thank you.
You're the best. You got us.
Glansbury.
So that's quite high. I think, especially since you have already done this once and gotten to see how it failed, it more or less, you are able to pull your heart forward and get an effect without having your heart absolutely torn from you, right? So you're using it. You absolutely expend that weave. That weave is gone and creates this all sorts of messed up flux business for the other weavers on the field. And let's see what that looks like.
God.
Let's see. I think it should be a big one that I ordinarily would ignore, or at least not, favor. Let's find. That's a funny one. All right, I'll combine 2 because this is a big F-off one. From To Void Soul, from a great distance, a drawn-out violin note. Okay, so that's what starts happening as this forbidden weave begins, right? And the second one is going to be, let's see. This is horrible. Alan Linnick, you're the worst.
Alan, I love you, bud.
Yeah.
Everyone's arms start to shrink into their bodies up to the forearm, giving them no elbow joints and significantly shorter reach. Kind of Flipper-esque. It will require strong dispelling or a medical procedure to reverse. So that starts happening. I don't know that necessarily, let's get a couple of these. Okay, violin note happens to you. I don't think the arm shrinkage happens to you because you folks are like about to get out. So I don't think it really has time to happen. All bells within long distance begin ringing in unison from Kevin Thulu. And finally, one more. This, we're on a battlefield.
Yeah.
And he just broke a weave in front of a bunch of weavers. And from Christina Ellis, your voice becomes the voice of the individual whom you most fear. That one does affect the both of you. Bunch of stuff happens. So people's arms, the noise of a violin, and then suddenly bells ringing, in addition to the regular din and thunder of this weave being broken, and the both of your voices change. What do they start to sound like as you sort of start shouting your instructions to each other before you boop out of existence?
Man. So Calvin, I believe, is going to sound like Daniel McPherson.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has eclipsed that quite yet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of complicated stuff that you're dealing with right now.
Do you want me to draw a card for inspiration?
Sure.
Misremembered Dream.
Interesting.
Let's make it LaFame's voice.
Oh, sweet. Nice. From the development mode, LaFame, Shayna's Shadow Jailer.
Yes.
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah, the
So you have
Misremembered Dream
this-
card also looks super cool. It's a bunch of rats like pouring out of portals in the sky.
Which is not unlike what you folks are about to do in front of your house again. Is that where you're placing it?
Yeah, again.
I think everything else sort of, that's the best time travel for me, is like everything else is the same.
Everything
one
else.
small thing changed.
Cool. All right, and so you're shouting instructions to each other as you're in free fall. Your voices are different. You've lost your weave, but Shayna pulls through, bursts a door through reality in the direction of your free fall, and you tumble out, taking some damage.
Calvin is going to spend 10 sorcery, I believe, and he is going to try and dispel the dark ball.
Okay, cool.
Because he does not want to deal with whatever the hate cyst grabbing the dark ball would entail.
What is the how are you dispelling it?
I am going to use Snuff the Divine, a spell that I have.
A spell that you have. I like to hear that.
Yay. Not just some bullshit with Darcy.
Cool.
We're just
Yeah.
gonna do some
You
bullshit.
folks tumble in front of Shayna's old home. The dark ball is absolutely burning you, but before you drop it, you start
Yeah.
casting a spell. on it.
So Calvin.
Very focused. Do you still seem more stoic?
Yes, I think what happened, he had to remove the ardent heart from himself to hold it in the spell, but he's holding the weave instead of the weave like sucking the heart away. So when the spell is over, he retains the heart, but it goes into like that aura that he kind of has that is the flames. So now amongst the crackling flames that surround him is a storm as well. So I'm spending 10 to cast Snuff the Divine. I do.
And Misremembered Dream is your card, is your
Your
family,
new-
your new
mhm,
family.
my new family.
You're enhanced.
So I have +2 dice for this, and I'm just gonna try and
Great.
stop the dark ball. And yeah, well, I'll roll first. Cool. I get a 9 on that.
Nice.
So
9 plus
plus
10.
plus 10. So
19 is an extremely, extremely powerful spell. So what happens?
yeah, I can read this if
Yeah,
you wanted
that'd
to.
be great.
So yeah, calling on one of the hidden names of the legacy itself, I cancel an ongoing magical effect from any source, even one normally permanent. Let's see, the level of the effect serves as the challenge. Let's see here. So yeah, it's basically Calvin is drawing on the legacy in order to stop this thing that he assumes, this could be more hate cyst nonsense because this has already burned him once, but if the dark ball is not the result of the hate cyst, if it is part of the legacy, he is just calling on this to stop being part of itself.
So there's some stuff going on here. But what happens? So the hate cysts, as they're seeing the dark ball, are pissed off, are mad. You can see that there's sort of hate cyst sort of fields encroaching upon you as soon as you land, sort of angered by this dark ball situation. It hurts you a lot to hold. But as you whisper that secret name of the legacy, which I'm also going to say is like, other weird stuff Calvin is unlocking from his past, sort of related to some of your other abilities. As you whisper that secret of the legacy to the dark, one of two things happens, and I do not know which.
Oh no.
But the
Oh
cards
my
do.
God,
The
are you
cards
kidding
The
me?
golden ship.
monsters. Yeah. So people who have read the secrets folder know some things that I'm riffing off of here. So you start to feel the dark ball as though with a powerful malevolence look back into you as you're sort of trying to whisper this word to it. And it is trying to, it's that, it's that Kylo Ren and Rey moment where you can see who is encroaching upon whom, and it starts to prick at those little buttons on your vest, those little metaphorical buttons on your vest that are the powers that you have unlocked related to the suns. It almost rips one from you. Which one is it? But because Golden Ship, it does not. Which ability do you start feeling?
I think it makes sense that it would be the gold ability. It's the one that I had sort of like reconnected myself to just a moment ago.
But sailing in with the Golden Ship, what do you do, or what do you focus on, or how do you combat this thing? You wink this thing out of existence, but it is a tense moment, and you are sort of watching, and the hate cysts are encroaching. It happens kind of fast, but you can see that something very very powerful is being negotiated.
So yeah, Calvin is holding this. It is burning at the fingers of his mortal form. If he had been his ardent heart, he wouldn't have noticed that. His stoic heart makes note of that information and stores it for later. He can also sense that the hate cyst is coming to claim it. He doesn't know what the cyst would do with it, but he imagines it can't be good. He can feel the malevolence of this object move at him as he tries to speak the words of creation, the words that power this spell that makes actuality. And to do that, he's calling on something within himself. But it's sort of like when you're just learning to pronounce a word for the first time in an unfamiliar language. His tongue stumbles, and I think the malevolence of the dark ball itself seizes on that. And like that, it's reaching out to this connection that he has with the suns. And there's like, in this moment, the firm beat of his stoic heart like stands against it, but that is not enough. Which is when the storms that are from his ardent heart start to buffer against the stoic heart and help it stand against the dark ball. It starts to creep over and still try and claim this power, which is when the flames of the gallant heart drive it away. And he is able to utter the hidden name that causes it to disappear.
Immediately, you hear a change in the sound from the battle behind you. The game is officially over. There's still absolute chaos happening out there. But the game is over. The dark ball is officially out of play. And the hate cysts that have been encroaching, they cheer and they thank you. What do they call you? What is an old name you have? What did they used to call Calvin back in the day?
Boy, so there's probably Captain of the Golden Ship. There is Friend to Rats, and known to a close few who truly tracked his travels. I think it is Guardian of the Unborn Sun.
Excellent. You start to hear some of those names whispered among the hate cystlings. The sort of encroaching weird hate cyst field calms and moves back into whatever weird destruction it was up to over yonder in desolation over there. You seem to be not being really like accosted. You are wielding a sword full of hate cystlings, maybe not the most surprising.
Yeah.
But the hate cystlings that are sort of whispering to you are saying things like, he of the golden, the golden captain has returned. He'll fight against the dark. They're saying stuff like that. They're sort of general weird affirmations of you, like they know you.
Do I hear this? Or is it just Shayna that hears this?
You hear noise. It's definitely talking, which is a problem. I don't know that you can pick out the different voices. You've been listening enough to know that, like, oh, this, I can hear that kind of weird child's voice, and so you hear sort of a cacophony, but generally positive things.
Why are we not being attacked?
They like you.
That's curious.
They said you fought against the dark. You're the captain of the ship. Something about rats.
But we fought. I fought the hate cyst a long time ago.
You fight people you like all the time.
I'm really going to need to invest more study into this. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle that I feel like I'm missing.
Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm different now. I don't know how all of this works, and I understand that might be distressing to you, but I can assure you that
Par for the course.
I'm the friend that I have always been.
Okay.
I've done something very drastic to ensure that is the case.
Okay.
Calvin is going to spend...
How far from the future did you come?
Just an hour. This
Long.
time. Calvin is going to spend his last point of sorcery to have his hand glow green and cure that wound.
Yeah.
Because, speaking of, Calvin is like sort of washing away the cuts and scrapes. Speaking of desperate actions, I am extremely tired, which I believe puts us at substantial risk.
Sure.
There are a lot of things that I need to go over with my husband. It would probably be good to do that as soon as possible.
We should also fix our voices.
Yes, I'm very concerned about that. You sound very different.
Yeah, so do you.
Yes, I sound like the dark reflections of myself.
Wolf demon.
Both of those are pretty bad. Hopefully Librelite will... Oh, you should probably do the talking. Librelite knows about my enemy, and he might work to defend me.
What if we just fixed our voices before?
I'd have to trust your initiative on that, as I am out of resources.
Okay. Let's go then.
So I think we can vignette. You can of course. There's plenty of things that let you change your voices. They're sold on 100 street corners, right? It's the level of cantripy kind of stuff that you could absolutely get, or get a little potion to quaff. We have.
Flux be gone.
Flux be gone. Oh my gosh, certainly. So we have.
You want me to put a drop of sexy in there?
No.
I could put some sexy. Are you sure you don't want confidence? We could stir in a little confidence, and you'd have a new confident version of you.
How about just my regular fucking voice?
Would you like diet?
No.
Half the calories.
My voice is a fine number of calories.
He grumbles about not being able to upsell.
Oh, so good. This is a specific NPC who I'm totally blanking on. This is Blevry Claremont.
Blevry Claremont
he's
is very good.
Sort of a general entrepreneur, impossibly tall and stick thin, every square inch of his body covered in what looks like phrases tattooed in an unknown language. He's a debt collector who collects on broken promises, but it's a hard business, and so his side gig is his side hustle
is Flux Be Gone.
Is Flux Be Gone, and it's a hard life for Blevry Claremont. Thank you, Jacenji.
Claremont.
Yeah,
love it.
Cool. There's a week before Dark Ball strikes again. Okay, in
Dark
Saturday.
Ball 2, Dark Harder.
It is the final Dark Ball game in the cycle, and it is going to be underneath the headquarters of the Deathless Triumvirate. There's lots of things that you might get up to in that week. We need to make some hard choices about what we have on screen. There may be podcast episodes later of other adventures you go on, but certain things need to be resolved. So we should figure out which those are.
Yes.
You have a week of spending some time with the hate cysts.
Yes.
And sort of figuring that whole situation out. I'd be very curious to know maybe a little bit about how you go about that, what do you look into, but there's several other things that we talked about that we could have on screen or not. You need to have a talk with Librelite. That could be an on-screen thing. It might need to be, it might not need to be.
I think it would probably be prudent to have it on screen. Mm-hmm. There are going to be some important questions that get answered.
Yep.
There's also like the dangling thread of Librelite and I looking into the hate cyst. We could weave that into the scene that you're doing, or did you have something else in mind?
No, I think we can weave it in together, especially
Unbelievable.
Since you have that page, the pages all to assemble.
Mm-hmm.
Shayna could definitely assist with that, since she is technically the person who first did it.
Makes sense. So yeah, let's start there. Darcy, I also have to, because we're spending a week, what happens to my pools?
You heal up, and you live with Librelite. Librelite's not going to let you be horribly poolist. All of you are going to be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put your pools back together.
Do I get my Vex back?
You do if the next day you sort of wear, if you're still wearing that item, yes, you get that Vex back.
Oh, an important follow-up question. I assume my pools are refreshed, but not my refreshes.
They are.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Okay.
Each day you get
A number of refreshes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're going to development mode these. So to some extent, we don't need to worry a lot about pools, but we'll dive back into action mode in a little bit. So may as well get it set up. So the first card I drew is Messiah, Change, Salvation, and Familial Love. Is that where we want to start with?
Yeah, I feel
like that suggests.
Yeah, that's good for Librelite. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this the two of you coming to talk to Librelite together? Is this you having the talk
I
with
think
Librelite
this
and
is-
then bringing?
This is probably the talk. I think
Okay.
Calvin has like some pressing emotional things that he needs to get out of the way.
Shayna is possibly in the other room.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Your sort of moral support.
Yeah.
Slash, this was important enough that you kind of went to directly do it, right?
Yeah. Fixed voices went to the house.
Okay, cool.
So the first thing that Calvin does when he gets home is throw his arms around Lieberlight.
Okay.
And lays a tender kiss upon his cheek. Or, you know, Lieberlight is one person, book people in the book have lips. Lieberlight does not have lips, so he kisses the area that would be Lieberlight's lips. So it is very tender and sweet. And he says, I'm sorry, I got myself hurt again.
Lieberlight leans back a little bit and gives a gesture. Something's different about you.
My heart's different, but all the important things are still there.
Lieberlight sort of brings you in closer, you know, as you know, you're here, you're safe. Pages upon pages of things about you being together, and just sort of a flood of emotions sort of flipping through his pages. Yeah.
Shayna just sort of pipes up from behind Calvin and goes, I'll leave you two alone, and steps to another room.
Sophie, who's in some fantastic outfit of yours.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Sophie, I think, is in a variation on the golden suit that I wore to that ball that Kitty and I went to in the development mode episodes.
Sophie's in a fabulous golden suit and reads the room quickly and then sort of says, I'll make tea.
Yes.
Brings you into the sort of dining room that sort of has the constant feel of being on a ship.
Yeah.
Darling, I believe it's time that we learned about some distressing things. I saw visions that I'm having trouble coming to terms with.
Lieberlight flips to the part of their book that is you know, excised, right?
Yes.
Okay, and nods and has a seat.
But there's more. He takes off the locket and places it on a table between them.
I have the locket.
Ooh.
So we can
What?
see it. Yeah.
That's very
Physical
cool.
prop.
Yes, but you place the locket down.
Yeah, places the locket on the table. In a vault, I assume for myself, somehow, the secrets that I learned at the edge of creation, and really everything that's been missing from myself, is in there. I'm hoping that it answers some questions, but we had a child.
Lieberlight looks gut punched, right? Sort of doubles over a bit. You know, starts making very questioning gestures.
I don't have those answers. And the answers to those questions, I think, will be straining for both of us.
Lieberlight sort of pushes up from a chair and takes 3 quick, intense, you know, strong steps across the room, and is sort of making a fist a bit, gestures toward themselves, like, the question of did I choose to forget? It gets brought up.
Calvin sighs, and he stands up and he places a gentle hand on Lieberlight's arm. You did.
Lieberlight does not move. Is completely still for a moment, and the sound of the room is just the gentle creaking and small magical noises that happen in a house this wonderful and powerful. There's a long silence, and Lieberlight puts an arm out toward the locket and sort of touches it.
So I don't know which order we want to do this in. I can recount the things that we uncovered. When I originally saw what I saw, that you chose to forget, I was hurt and confused. And until I came into my new heart, I didn't know what to do with that information. I have only spent a short time with you this go around, but I've been with you so much longer, and we've been through so much together. If you made that decision, I trust that you did it for a reason.
Librelight makes a gesture across their chest that you take to mean, I don't. And as they do so, they hold their hands in a very particular way, and they weave a complicated spell, and they are gone with the locket. The Weaver equivalent of storming off in a fit of emotion and slamming the door behind them to go think. You don't think it was they sort of had a,
Well,
they need some time.
Probably struggling with a lot. Calvin sits back, and he's struggling what to do with this. You know, he is anxious to answer those questions, but he's also, even with his new Stoic heart, afraid of what some of those answers could be. Librelight has been the only stable thing in his life. And you know, the fear that he had when he saw Librelight willingly give up those memories, both of him and of their child together, the first thing that he was afraid of was that stability not being a real thing, or not being something that he could be comfortable with. So I think Calvin understands what Librelight is going through, but is already ready to face those answers. And he knows Librelight needs to take the time to get there. So he just takes a moment to sit with that frustration and sigh and let it release.
So I'm going to put this off play for a minute, but I think some time passes in which you are both sort of in the room, in the house. You maybe came across, Sophie maybe brought across some of the notes that they'd been piecing together as sort of a, we don't know how long this will take. Let's sit together and do what Vizsla do, which is nerd out over something. So Sophie is, I'm imagining, still in the more ardent kind of style of Calvin, right?
Yeah.
So that's sort of the predominant personality.
I think Sophie gets to choose. She's got a record
Yeah.
of my entire life. She could
She can
be
flip through.
this like ethereal ardent. She could be gallant, which I think would be very fun to see. But yeah.
Yeah, I think right now she's very ardent and kind of intense about all these projects and papers, and also maybe stressed out, and maybe that's kind of manifesting in let's have a project. Poor Shayna here.
Yeah.
So what do you do sort of while that's having a moment? You know, they have sort of a conversation. There's lots of long pauses. What are you up to? So she brings you some notes. You can choose to look at it. You can. What are you getting up to? Sophie is saying, you know, we've only made so much progress on these matters, but I suspect that one such as yourself would have much more information about it. You could be the key that unlocks it all.
Yeah, I mean, that's my handwriting.
Exactly. Exactly as I said.
What didn't Calvin... I know he grabbed some papers, but what the hell are these?
Yeah, what does it look like?
It is a ring of papers, sort of arranged, that like they're laid off of each other in a way that looks haphazard, but they've clearly been intentionally laid out that way. Like there are on the table different like outlines that have been created that like each bespoke page lays into. So you can tell there is continuity between pages, but it's not complete. Even though that, like, you know, you're reading the page, like it seems like the information isn't related. Like these are notes on different things.
And to be clear, these are the notes that you had kind of on the hate cyst, right? On their nature.
Shayna looks at the pieces of paper. Do you have a paintbrush?
Oh, one of those shadow devices. Calvin has one in his room. I'll go get it. Absolutely lets herself in, goes and gets out. What kind of paintbrush does she come back with?
I think Calvin has like they are a set of like the cheap ones, the cheapest ones that you would get from like an art store, because that's what Calvin could afford in Shadow when he went to art school.
Yeah, awesome. So you get a little set of. Are they dirty? Are they pristine?
I think they look like they've seen a little bit of use, like not a ton of use.
Excellent. A kind of messy assemblage of paintbrushes. Sophie comes down, and did Calvin ever would have some in his pockets or over his ear? She's got a paintbrush somewhere that Calvin would have.
So
on his
Calvin
person.
primarily used like pencils, charcoals, that sort of thing. He definitely had to learn it as like to fill out his course requirement or whatever. But they weren't like super personal objects. That's why they're the cheap ones.
Nice. Okay. Cool. Paintbrush.
Thank you. Ink.
There's a small stone frog up on the corner of the room that you're in, and she clambers up the wall very quickly, sort of fluttering some of her pages to get a bit more lift off the ground. She taps twice on the stone frog's eyes, and it opens a jaw, and she pulls out a little vial, and it fills with some, let's see, probably some indigo ink. Cool. Takes it down.
You should probably pass the frog down here.
Come down. It takes a leap off the wall, and this sort of stone carapace flecks off, and it seems to be some kind of speckled, bulbous frog that slowly leaps over to your sort of drawing area. Has one big paw on some of the pages.
Scoot back a little bit.
Just stares at you.
Shayna sets down the paintbrushes, reaches into her pocket, pulls out a little, looks like some sort of treat, perhaps.
Okay.
A little bit back over here.
The ink frog is willing to be enticed. It's sort of slowly leaving a bit of a mucus trail, but sort of not even so much mucus as just wet, weird amphibian goop, and is convinced off the table and is sniffing around at the whatever you are holding in front of it.
Shayna gives it the little crumbly bits of treat.
Excellent. As it gets a big tongueful, more ink starts spilling out of its mouth. So you've got a little pool to sort of draw from if you need more.
Splendid.
Yep.
Shayna takes 2 or 3 of the paintbrushes, just sort of haphazardly in her hand, jams them into the vial of the ink, and goes, "How much is this table worth to Sophie?"
Sophie has no idea. Sophie has Calvin's concept of money.
Yeah.
So, what would Calvin have said? So let's say what would have.
A lot, probably.
Yeah. A lot, probably.
All right. And Shayna begins painting on the table itself, drawing lines between different areas of the notes, connecting things together with big sweeping gestures, and arranging it and putting it together so that it begins to almost start to resemble a summoning circle.
Cool. Whoa. Awesome. So that's really cool. You're getting up to that. Do you want to? You can sort of enter the scene when you would like, or you might not want to go straight from that to dealing with your friend. You might have a quiet time. So
yeah,
this is sort of an on-ramp moment if you would like.
I think Calvin is trying to. I think he's pacing now. Okay. He's gotten up and he's trying to think.
We get that shot where it's like the wall is between you.
Yes.
You can see the both of you. We see you pacing, and sort of time zoom gets sped up a bit as you are furiously, creating this awesome summoning circle. We get the overhead view as you are painting this cool, weird series of connections, and you notice that Calvin's pacing seems to be moving in a similar kind of pattern, and the two of you get up to your business. So what happens next? So you've drawn a lot of connections. You can I could draw a card as you try to interpret it. You may have other things you want to do with it.
Oh man, BP Kurtz has a rad visual element to add to that Shayna holds a paintbrush like a knife.
100% she does.
Love it.
Yeah, I've been putting out a hand and she moves it very much in very pointed stabbing motions.
Yeah, right, cool.
Yeah.
I love it. This poor table.
Yeah. Shayna Yeah, give me the card. Why not? You want to give me a card?
I do. I don't know what it is.
Ooh, interesting.
What is it?
It's the tyrannical clock.
Beautiful.
That's the one that. Wow.
And that's what goes up on the Testament of Sons for the rest of the session.
Okay.
Lovely. Tyrannical clocks' meanings are oppression, time, countdown, schedule, repetition. I love it.
It's a cat monster thing.
Yep,
on
it's a
top of
Notions
clock.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, yeah, its meanings are we live and die quite literally by time. It rules our actions, for we have no actions without it. This is a repetitious action, figures prominently. It could be something good or ill approaches and everyone knows it. Yeah, do you have a sense of what that means? Otherwise, I could tell you.
Yeah. I think the lines begin to move.
Great.
Yeah.
Sort of wiggling like some living thing, squirming a bit on the ground, on the table.
No,
No?
not squirming at all.
Moving in what way?
The lines move, and then it's like there's a click and a shift, and then they're in a different position.
Cool.
And then there's another moment, and they're in a different position.
Ooh.
It's like they are counting up or counting down.
Excellent.
But counting.
Yes.
Counting. Absolutely. So give me a roll, please.
Sure. What sort of roll?
This is going to be either intellect or possibly sorcery, or you can spend hidden knowledge on it too. This is what information do you glean so far, basically,
Sure.
from these notes is kind of the question I have.
Yeah, I'll spend all of Shayna's hidden knowledge.
Sweet.
Just 2.
Oh.
And
One other resource I'd like to remind everybody that they have is a secret soul. Do you remember that?
I know what my secret soul is.
You might want to look up what your secret soul is.
Oh yeah, boy, I forgot
Because it's
about
a
that.
thing you can do, but it's a
Yeah.
big
Which book are
F-off
they
thing.
in?
It's
The
in
key.
the key.
The key. Okay.
I don't remember how to activate my secret soul, but I know what it does.
Okay, well you can let me know if you ever want to activate it.
Ooh, that's a 0.
Awesome, great. You spent 2 hidden knowledge,
Yes.
and you're watching this thing. You start getting filled with dread as you're watching it, and the little hate sistlings are sort of. You notice that I don't know if you have the sword on you or nearby, but you notice that they're pulsing along with the ticking of the clock.
Shayna has probably rested it against a wall.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent. But it is this. You're as you study it longer and longer, it's not making itself clear to you. It feels like the important bits are still being obscured by the lines. Every time they snap into a new formation, you feel like you're just at the edge of getting one of those like hidden picture puzzles solved, and then it snaps into a different conformation again. So it's frustrating you as you're not able to glean too much from it. But you've made it do a thing.
Yeah.
I feel like this counting down or counting up is very important.
Yes.
The nature of it is still unclear. Sophie's watching you and asks, "Is it supposed to be doing that?"
I don't know.
Sophie starts doing like a worried expression and some sort of worried habit. What Calvin worrying thing does she do?
Oh my gosh. Well,
Tapping her foot a little bit, or
Playing with the
crossing
buttons on.
playing with the buttons.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's it. It's she's like fiddling with things, and like there's a nervous energy that she's trying to
Yeah.
get out. Like she wants to do something dramatic and cast a spell, but like she's not Calvin. That's just what Calvin wants to do in situations like
She
this.
is a journal. Excellent. Yeah. Okay. So she's getting frustrated. You're pacing. What happens?
Calvin is right now talking aloud to himself.
Okay.
If I were ardent, I would chase him in desperation. If I were gallant, I would chase him in certitude. And because I am stoic, I can't decide what to do. Is that a weakness or is it a strength? Calvin is sort of like thinking, which is not an activity that it was, Calvin for a real long time, or I think ever. Last season, Calvin had this ephemera object that was rings that could split himself into different aspects of himself. So I think Calvin will activate that object again, and he takes his
the different emotional aspects, right?
yeah. You could break down to different emotional aspects.
You had the Horcrux.
Yeah.
And he is going to split off the Ardent Heart and the Gallant Heart and sit at the table with himself.
Okay, excellent. This is in sort of your little sitting room. There's sort of a little circular table that you could have a little bit of a tea set on, but not much else. But you have three, so you're in close quarters, the three of you looking at each other.
What we do next is deeply, deeply important. That's obvious.
Go after him.
Now, I know that is an instinct, but does he need to be alone?
Consider.
Did he consider our feelings?
Yes, go after him.
Well, I feel very hurt by the entire situation, and I think we should have been the ones to run. Think of all the emotional pain that we've been through. You can see a little bit of fire coming off of this Calvin.
Absolutely, but we've also had time to sit with it, a longer time. There's still a chance that we're an offending party in this matter.
But every time that we sit with this, we aren't able to move forward with him.
But are we invading privacy? Are we extending ourselves into how would Librelite need to solve this problem? I don't know. I can't think of it.
Our husband, it says, that Calvin says with like a thunderclap behind it.
Excellent.
Our husband. This is our husband.
I think you're right. I don't know that I'm going to handle it in the way that you would, but I think the motivation to address it is important enough.
As long as you handle it.
Calvin reaffirms the rings and stands up to go find Librelite, and I think I know where Librelite is.
Ooh, I'm excited. Where do you go?
He goes to the emotional playground.
Oh. So good. You go to the emotional playground, and it's a fucking froyo shop. Shadow is all get out. There's 2 coffee shops across the street, and where the emotional playground once was is a really sad-looking froyo shop.
The emotional playground is where you first talked about, yeah.
That's where we realized who we were to each other again, or he told me.
This is not a part of the town that has really been shadowified lately. So the fact that there are 2 coffee shops and a froyo shop and a missing emotional playground is definitely an acceleration of that process in a way that I think causes a despair.
And I think it also makes clear Shayna's points so much more. Calvin is angry. If he was in one of his previous hearts, he would have tried to destroy this place. Instead, he's trying to think of what Librelite would do in this situation. And I think because Librelite feels sad and, no, that's another heart would be able to figure that out. I think he's just going to walk inside.
Okay, excellent. You walk inside, and it's eerie in here. It doesn't feel good. It reminds you a lot of Shadow, and not in the good ways, right? There's froyo that's really expensive, more than you have money for. Mm-hmm. It's capitalism all over again. What are some other aspects of this froyo shop?
It doesn't have any of the flavors that you really want. There's no just standard vanilla or chocolate or strawberry. It's all mango breeze and nails.
And it's also not like Saturn where it could be heartbreak,
Yeah.
It's just bad.
You go mango breeze. Oh, that'll taste great, like a tropical breeze. Oh, it's just some goop.
It's one of those froyo places where you have to ask for sample cups. They don't just have sample cups next to the machine. they give you one. You request one, they give you one, and if you ask for another, they give you a dirty look.
At least part of the HOA that is entirely a herd of ladybugs is there, preening and happy about the situation, as they are sort of one of the promoters of such gentrification, functionally, of this area.
Pardon me, did a man with a book for a head walk by here?
Buzz, 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 buzz. Flap, 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 flap. Whatever the HOA is trying to speak to you, it's either speaking in too many voices and you can't pick it out, or it's being ladybugs and not really communicating with you. It reacts, but doesn't communicate.
Of course. I have an interesting gambit that I want to try here. I want to activate my Forte power,
Okay.
Which is see-through illusion. To try and cut through maybe some of the noise that this process is having. Does that do anything for me?
Yeah, I mean, the last time you destroyed a coffee shop, or was it a yoga studio? It was both.
It was both.
It had turned into some strange creature and lumbered away. And so you can see that this weird, as you look around with you sort of flipping your other eyesight on, you see that this whole place is a construct very different from the buildings that you're used to. It is something summoned, something brought in from elsewhere. It is an entity like a Goetic would summon something. This thing is brought here and transformed. You're specifically looking more for Librelite, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not seeing any trace of him right here. You can see that, and it almost feels like the emotional playground, the weird effects of it, are sort of underneath here. You can't see it. You don't see what you saw before, but you get the sense that some of its magical effects are sort of lying dormant or quieted, dampened by the summon that's happened over it.
Yeah.
It's not a good feel.
It's certainly not. So Calvin is faced with like two issues here. He could either destroy this shop and hope that the return of the emotional playground will help him find Librelite, or he could do something to more directly try and chase after Librelite. I think.
Do you want to think on that a moment while we come back to frustration over the sort of notes? What do you do as you know this thing is still clicking? Sophie is getting more and more unnerved by it. The hate sistlings are sort of pulsating next to it.
Shayna pops off her pinky.
Okay. Is this one of the ones that you'd broken into?
This is the one that got broken into some bits.
Right.
And she looks at the pulsing and ticking, and she just sort of lobs her pinky into the center of the sort of weird summon circle.
Excellent. So what happens? Let's pull a card for that a little bit, because that's an unusual movement. Unknowable truth is interesting. Cool. Perfect. As this piece of you, your certes, your physical form gets, because it's not like a mock pinky, right?
No,
like
it's Shayna's actual pinky.
All right. As that gets drawn into this strange ritual that you've sort of been performing with it, with these papers and the hate cysts and the clock, and this is your family, which is perfect. Yes. You get drawn into it in trance. So as that bit of your pinky gets split into a bunch of fine threads, the sort of red viscera getting pulled into the indigo ink and warped all with it. And I'm going to make you read a secret.
Ooh.
What?
An actual secret. So here is where this is a part of this finale in which we're not going to read secrets aloud to you, but players are going to have to read a secret.
Whoa!
You will not yet, but hopefully.
The secrets envelope is right here.
Nope, because I'm going to take mine because I'm going to do a bad thing with it, and I don't want to do it to One Shot's copy because I'm that horrible.
Are you going to rip it apart?
I am.
Whoa!
Oh, it feels good. Don't look at you guys, but yes. You get
Wild
this.
stuff.
I have ripped the secret there's more secret to be had, and you have to read that and a further bit because there's a clarification. We will probably take a break after this bit of development mode, and I can clarify anything. Yeah, this is also you. Okay, you read that for a minute as some possibly earth-shattering information gets dropped on Shayna. Coming back to the Froyo shop.
So Calvin, again...
Feels very safe now compared to what's happening over here.
Yes. Calvin is torn in... He doesn't know if destroying the shop would restore the neighborhood, which would make him feel good and help him deal with some of the anger that he's feeling right now. But he doesn't know if that's because he's looking for the crutch of the emotional playground to resolve the situation instead of addressing the emotional matter at hand, which he would do in other circumstances. So instead of breaking the shop, he's going to use an ephemera object.
Sweet.
And this one was sent to us by The Notion.
The Notion!
It is an indigo object, and it is wine dark ink stains a bone white page. It is actually a spell.
Incantation, cool.
Yeah, an incantation. Upon casting the spell, I ask a question of actuality.
Nice.
The forces of truth and knowledge ally to bring me the answer in the form of a divination at the same time as this spell. The answer takes the form of a breathlessly written gossip column, which appears in a colorful but flimsy broadsheet in front of me. The paper contains a full and complete answer, though it's delivered in a lurid, scandalous style. This paper exists for the next 24 hours. However, it will actively attempt to be read by as many people as possible.
Oh my gosh.
It is not sufficient to put the paper in a locked box or container, as it will appear in the hands of any nearby person if it is left unattended. The only way to ensure that no one else reads it is to keep the paper in your hand under close watch for a full 24 hours. So I was hesitant to use this one, but I think this is pressing enough.
Perfect. I have a thought, but ooh, interesting. Aw, that's very lovely. Cool.
So the question that Calvin asks the forces of truth in the universe is, where can I find my husband?
A flimsy, colorful broadsheet. Zoops.
Oh God, this is the copy of The Notion,
it's
right?
The Notion. So a bunch of people are like, yeah, The Notion. All right. And this breathlessly excited sort of gossip column starts painting a picture of, let's see, Lieberlight decked out in this season's finest. You know, it starts commenting on his fashion. It's giving you a lot of like details that you have to scroll down before he finally gets to. Walking brutally toward the docks by the sea of the absolute. Why? What could be going through this beautiful this beautiful mind? Its pages were obscure to me, but I got closer. The sort of spell is telling you, giving you, and it goes on and on and on. What are some other like details, gossipy details it gives?
I don't know, since I'm still like shocked reading this thing.
You take a minute. You take a minute. That's legit. He seems to be playing with some small metallic object. Is it a locket? He's flipping it open, and you're like, okay, he's by the docks. Where is that? And finally, there's sort of a identifying feature of this description as Lieberlight's basically just walking around. He is in the I think it's the something docks, the Seagate docks. It's where the main big river of Satyrine sort of wends down into the little bay of the Alone. And it's a place that you would remember because it is where you rescued a bunch of rats from the burning city of Satyrine that particular day.
So Calvin leaves at once to get there as quickly as possible.
Excellent. We might need to talk before you can really act upon much of that. But do we have a moment of like your character's reaction?
Shayna looks at the like ticking and the sinew of like her own body like split up
Yep.
and spread around.
And it's as though it gives you a different magical eyesight into this.
And Shayna like looks at Sophie and goes, I think I won.
Sophie looks down.
What does that mean?
Okay, awesome. Sophie looks very concerned. Lucky Coin is the card I drew for where.
Holy cow!
For where is Libra Light, and so you hightail it. You pull some magic. We're in development mode. Doesn't matter how many points you spend, and so you quickly show up. Are you? I'm gonna need. Are you carefully holding on to the broadsheet? Do you care, or do you let it go flying into the wind?
The other hearts would have done that.
Absolutely.
But not the stoic heart.
Okay. So you are carefully holding on to it.
Yes.
The page is getting more and more angry that you are doing such a good job at holding on to it because it wants to appear in everybody's hands. And so it started to murmur some of the words. So it's starting to talk to you a little bit.
Calvin
with its
is
crinkles.
rolling it up.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. You still have to maintain a good grip on it because it's trying to fly away in the breeze. But finally, you sort of mage step through, and you have stepped onto kind of a pier, like a long pier that Libra Light is on the end of. It's looking out into the vast strangeness of what exists at the edge of suns, the sort of sea. It's not very long before you would become well into the Umbra. This is the Sea of the Absolute, which is a strange, not just body of water, but also a strange place that has to do with ideas and possibility and tangibility. So this is a great place to sit and think. There are no ships in the harbor right now. It's empty, long empty piers, as this is a part of the city that's been sort of forgotten since the war.
Calvin wordlessly walks up to sit next to Libra Light. The edge of the dock.
Libra Light has the locket sort of like clutched in a hand, but scoots aside and makes room for you, sort of invitingly, but still seems to be really caught up in their own emotions.
I don't think there's much that I can say that will make this easier. You and I are two people that have been forced repeatedly to confront difficult truths. But one thing that I know I've learned through all of this is that I trust you. And time again, I've been shown that I'm right to trust you.
It sort of gives a sort of flippant gesture and shows on the page some small error that Libra Light made in the recent past, right? Like putting the wrong amount of salt into a dish, or some very charming Libra Light level like catastrophe, right?
Darling, I used my last aggregate to rip my heart out earlier today.
You what? It turned from like mopey, sort of pitying themselves to like, what have you done? Reaches out and sort of touches you. Are you okay? You're here.
They're all still here, though that I did have to fix. But yes, there's just more now. I think that it makes sense to be upset about all of this. I was. Again, when I was confronted with that truth, I was afraid of so many things and angry for so many reasons. But we have to face that truth, and we can't get past this until we do that together.
Libra Light makes a gesture, doesn't spell away, but sort of makes that absolutely not gesture, and flips to a page that is Questing Night, which is the Sooth card that I had pulled for what does Libra Light do. Libra Light, who is for so often been the voice of steadiness and reason and calm and let's step through this piece by piece, is saying no. What are we going to do about it?
I know that whatever is in there, I am going to find a way to make it right. I know it. Darling, we went to the edge of creation together. We learned something that no one else knows. And we're going to use it to do the right thing. That was always the plan. That's always been our plan.
Lieberlight looks like a younger version of himself. You know, just in their mannerisms, you're having these kind of flashbacks to what little visions you've had of your time sort of on the ship together, your earlier days. Just something about, a bit of reservation of authority and dignity has kind of just been let gone to the side. Lieberlight stands up extremely quickly and starts to, grabs your hand and is, starts to, grab you by the hand and kind of pace the pier a bit as they're paging through different ideas. They sort of stop for a moment as they realize they've like pulled you into their pacing moment here, and they sort of give you a long embrace.
Yeah.
So they accept.
And Calvin just melts into this embrace, and through like all of the chaos around them, it sort of feels like Calvin's being right now. There's all of this terror outside that wants to hurt, but he's surrounded by his hearts. They sit on his sleeve and they dance around him, and there's comfort here.
Lieberlight takes you and sort of puts their hands on your face, and they say, "You'll be such a good father." And the gossip rag gets taken by the wind.
Yes.
So I feel like as you get caught up in this embrace,
Oh
you
no, that rules.
like
That absolutely rules.
and so it gets taken on the breeze. And I think we end that scene there. If that sounds good.
No, that's flawless.
We're coming back to the house. I want to see Sophie get to you at some point. But is there anything else that do you exit? Do you like bail? Do you go have a time? Do you hang out? How are you taking things?
Darcy, can you hand me the coin? Gotta put that right there.
Got it.
Shayna sits down against like the wall
Yeah.
and just watches like the shifting and the movement
Yeah.
as it just keeps moving and just very like with these incredibly angular motions, just like pulling around and like clicking and clacking into space. And she says to sort of no one in particular, "Am I going to get my pinky back?"
Excellent. Sophie looks upon the like increasingly gross situation that is the viscera and paint and papers, and looks back at you. And the hate sislings are sort of trying to encroach more and more on you as you sort of have sat down. I don't know if you're letting them, but they're sort of nuzzling up to you.
Yeah, Shayna doesn't even notice.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
That. So Sophie says, basically also to no one in particular, "I'll go make more tea," and walks off. So after a time, you and Lieberlight will be back, I assume, to sort of plot your next moves.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
are you there when
we gotta
Yeah.
open this
Yeah,
friggin' locket.
Shayna's there when they get back. Yeah.
So you enter, and if you're staying in the same room, you're sort of like back in the dining room. So Sophie's there to greet you when you get back. Oh, thank goodness you're back. Well, Shayna's discovered something, but I don't know what it is. And why don't we walk very gently in there? I think she could use some company.
Okay.
I'm so glad you're back.
He squeezes Lieberlight's hand and like, is this
Yeah.
okay? Can we handle this right now, or should I do this alone?
Lieberlight, want to make tea? Why don't we make some tea together? Sophie's feeling on that.
Yeah. So Calvin nods and pats his husband on the shoulder, and then like walks to this dining room.
Okay. You open up the door, and immediately you get that feeling of a ship on the waves gently. You see the beautiful and presumably expensive table covered in ink, maybe blood. The ink frog has made sort of a dribbling mess of ink leading off the table onto the floor. And the pages are all stained and impossible to read at this point. And Shayna is sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Kind of, with about half her arm coated in hate sistlings that are sort of hanging out.
Oh my God, are you all right?
Yes, and Shayna like gets up quickly, probably like startling the hate
it makes
sort
me
of
sort of-
off of it,
Yep.
off of her. Oh, sorry, she says to the sword. Do you see? She motions at the viscera and moving paint and like shifting inks.
I do. Calvin like walks around. I think like anti-clockwise to this motion to like try and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
I do have comprehend unknowable things as a skill. Can I roll?
Yeah, we'll give it a roll.
So that's only going to be a 5.
And
This might be beyond.
this is beyond. You know that indeed these are the. It's clear that these notes somehow, Shayna unlocked some aspect of it, but it is absolutely undiscernible to you.
Calvin would probably notice that Shayna is down that pinky again.
Yeah.
Here's what I've discerned, and it's the information that my husband and I have been grappling with for a long time. This is the work of Advance.
Yes.
You hid an answer in these notes, hid information in these notes. You hid order within chaos, but we haven't been able to extract what that is.
I won. You lost.
I feel like I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Is this related to the secret? Are you all comfortable knowing this?
Yeah, this is. We are getting into. I let you know. Shayna has read a secret.
Yeah.
Shayna is going to respond accordingly. Shayna can say what Shayna likes. I think if that's okay by you guys.
Okay. I want to make sure that before we go any farther.
Yeah,
should
double,
give an
triple check.
Additional disclaimer: this is
I've been dancing around a lot of stuff.
important secret in the secrets folder that only GMs are supposed to read, but can be discovered through play. We are bringing one into motion.
Okay.
Because it is extremely relevant to you.
Yeah. The enemy. We won.
That's not possible. We're still in Satyrine. I mean, it's damaged. Are you in charge? What? Is this you?
The Deathless Triumvirate is the enemy. The enemy hates me.
I don't understand. You fought on the side of the enemy.
Yeah, and the enemy hates me. The enemy hates you.
Then why? It doesn't make sense. You fought on their side.
You don't have to love a weapon. You just have to use it.
how did everyone who fought against the, why are we still around? Why didn't they just finish us off? Everyone was in shadow. We were all so vulnerable.
I don't know.
What do they want?
I don't know. But whatever it is, they have it. They have everything.
I remember so little from the war. So little, Shayna. I know that we fought, and I tried to help people escape. I tried to make something else so that we could run away. And when I touched it before, when I touched the hate, it's not part of actuality. It doesn't work with the legacy. It's something else. I don't know how to fight them.
You don't have to fight the hate.
I don't understand what you're saying.
The hate's not bad.
So the hate is not the enemy.
The hate is a weapon of the enemy.
Okay.
Just like the thaw.
Okay. So they're in control of the sun that determines truth.
Yes. And they used it to declare themselves the winners.
Okay.
And the losers.
Yeah, they made us believe that we won, but why? What do they control right now?
The Deathless Triumvirate?
Yeah, I mean, they control Saturnine, sure, right? Right, they control the Indigo Sun, and goodness knows what this means for the other suns, but they've got power over that, and so far they've used it to put up a facade. Kind of like the facade of Shadow, in a way.
They're really into Shadow.
It's a different version of Shadow.
Yeah.
We created a lie to live in so that people who were vulnerable wouldn't have to be touched by the war. And now that we've emerged, we're in a different lie.
They really like that lie you made.
Yeah. Okay. What do you want to do?
Burn it the fuck to the ground.
Okay, we just have to figure out how to do that. Then.
I think right now, I need to sleep
Sure.
for like 3 days.
Right. Okay.
I need to get a new pinky.
Yeah. Is that
I don't
in
know
our
how to turn this
table?
off.
I really am supposed to know more about clocks than I do, and this looks like a clock thing. Okay. We've been through a lot. The table is probably the least of our concerns right now. I don't know how dangerous knowing this information is.
It's incredibly dangerous.
The loom knows. Calvin knows that there's this connection, that the loom is watching them and has the ability to see them. The loom knows this information. We have to stop them.
Why?
I don't know if the loom works for the triumvirate. All I know about the loom is that they've been slowly wicking away power from me. That's it.
Let's talk to my neighbor.
Enveloping darkness. So as you reach out and you think about that two-way thread between the two of you, the tracker, it is of the invisible sun, and it is of your new heart. So I could not have drawn a better card for saying that with your last weave gone, you're not a threat to the weavers.
Sure.
So I think you are invisible to the loom. And they are invisible to you because you have no weaves with which is the weaver magic.
There's no string for the sound to travel across.
Okay.
So
So Calvin has a panic attack.
enveloping darkness. Very cool. That was very perfect. Spot on.
Okay.
Good job, Dick.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay. So maybe, the loom doesn't know. Okay.
Okay.
We need to gather allies. We need to, I know that Dark Ball is going to be a good shot at the Deathless Triumvirate.
Yeah.
But I don't know how prepared we are to take them out. I mean, learning that they're the enemy, learning that when all Vizsla knew what was happening and fought together and didn't win, I don't know that we have the tools to make the moves that we need to make. I think talking to your neighbor is a good idea, right? Librelite and I were working on something before all of this happened that we thought was a solution, and there's an important piece that I'm missing.
What are you missing? Was this the time weave you were talking about?
I think it's more complicated than that. I was trying to make a world. I was trying to make a sun.
You mentioned that to me.
Yes. I have a shadow reflection, or I have a dark reflection of myself. I'm going to be a warden.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought that was important. I don't know if this was just another version of the plan that was Shadow, right? Because they created a world and stuffed people in it, or they repurposed an existing sun to shield people against it. I was gallant. I was willing to take risks to pursue a goal. So I think something in that might help us fight. But I learned a secret that I forgot when I died, and I need to get that secret back. My next priority is going to be helping you, because burning it to the ground sounds like the best option.
All right. It would be nice if there was something that existed when it all destroyed.
Well, I think that's what my goal has always been in some form or another.
Okay, then. Shayna picks up the sword.
Delighted burbling from the hate sistlings.
Dark Ball's in a week.
Dark Ball's in a week.
I'm gonna go vomit.
Excellent. Darkness envelops the scene. I have thought about the next thing to happen, but if you were going to get up to something, I'm happy to let me know.
I mean, the only thing that would be left on my agenda is opening that locket and figuring out what's going on.
Excellent. So, yeah, is that what you're doing next? You open up the locket?
Yeah, I think Calvin will, go into the other room. And we're probably Sophie and Librelite are like just sitting and watching the teapot together.
Oh, yeah. It's one of those, it's a beautiful like flower that's sort of unfurling in the glass teapot, it's one of those. And,
yes.
But it's an actual flower that sort of, grows from a little seed into a plant and then flowers and then pollen happens and it sort of dies and you see there's a little bee that sort of shows up and pollinates it and moves on. So sort of a whole flower life cycle takes place in this little teapot. But they, as you enter, have we seen the kitchen before?
No, we haven't. I don't think the kitchen is grand. I think it's a galley kitchen.
Yeah, it's a tight little space.
Yeah.
Excellent. They both turn toward you when you enter.
I have some disturbing news.
We are well within spoilers territory, by the way, folks. Shayna's character has read a secret from the secrets envelope. Just
We
a
ripped
reminder.
part of it apart, and I read it.
And
Yep.
we are acting on that information.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
if you don't want to be spoiled for that,
There's also more.
Yeah. So sorry, folks. I hope that's okay. I feel like for season 2, we
Yeah,
can
yeah,
start
yeah.
dipping our toes into secrets territory.
Yeah.
There's plenty more secrets that we're not diving into, so
Yeah.
it's okay.
we lost the war.
Librelight shakes their head. No. Points around. We can vignette over this in if
yeah,
you
yeah,
want.
yeah, yeah.
As you, he basically goes through the same.
And it's the same thing of like Calvin like walking him through it, and the more like again, it's one of those things that sounds completely buck wild when you hear it, but the more you talk about it, the more it makes sense. And like the end of it is, I think they are sitting down at this like very tiny table.
It like folds up into the wall, but it's sort of down right now.
Yeah. Like Sophie is I think Sophie is sitting on the table, like spread out, looking up at the ceiling, between
Cute.
Calvin and Librelight, who are just sitting, looking at each other. Calvin is holding Librelight's hand. Obviously, we have to do something about this.
Of course.
And there's no one that I think that can do anything but us.
Librelight makes some gestures and gives you some pages. The spell to keep what happened during the war and before the war secret should still be active. I don't know if this we might be triggering wards even by speaking it, by knowing it.
Right.
So we need to
Yes.
be careful.
And we absolutely must. But one thing I know is when we were fighting, the people that we were fighting for tried to stop us, and the people that we were fighting against tried to stop us. Whatever information is in that locket, we need to know. And before we open it together, I need you to know that I love you and that I trust you.
Librelight nods slowly.
You're worthy of that.
Steals themselves.
Calvin takes the locket, pops it open, and I assume looks into the mirror.
So there's a piece of it that opens, and that has that in your sort of in the repository had the sort of a child's face with Calvin's hair that you now know to be your son. So there's sort of the picture side of it, but there's also the mirror, which is reflecting back your own Calvin's hair as an adult. Different, but obviously sharing a similarity. And as you look into the mirror, everybody remember, mirrors are a bad time. For the record, they're viruses, they're bad, but this is a highly powerful, weird magic object. You start to see, it looks like you're looking into a long, weird hall of mirrors with many sides, like a long ring of different mirrors at different angles, right? And you're seeing different versions of Calvin, and you're sort of getting swept in. You're going to learn a piece of information, but I want you to tell me how you get it. Okay? I want you to tell me what weird, trippy mindscape business we go through.
So I think this is very 2001: A Space Odyssey kind of situation, because this, again, a big part of
Calvin
this.
Space Baby?
This was the secret at the edge of the universe that Calvin learned, which was part of his journey to create a son. So
Right.
I think, like, there are, just like 2001: A Space Odyssey, there's like this shot of Calvin's face with the colors of the various suns like shining across his face.
Yeah.
Like he's just staring into the cosmos, and he's taking on knowledge that I think a mortal being is incapable of containing.
Right.
And that's kind of where these hearts are starting to come into play. He doesn't have all 4 hearts, so this is a strain, and maybe even part of it is incomplete for the time being. But he's going further, and he's getting a intimate connection with the legacy, establishing a deep connection with the legacy, in a way that, like, you know, Calvin has said philosophically that all spells are one spell before, because that's how the legacy works. It is the one spell that creates actuality, and everything that's contained within it is a part of actuality, an extension of that root spell. And that's kind of the thing that allows weavers to work, is they are these discrete threads of magic that exist within actuality, that can be manipulated to alter certain parts of it. And this, Calvin going on this journey is tracing it back to the root so that he can kind of uncover the nature of suns and understand that.
So I think you're absolutely right that the feeling of only this weird multiplicity of Calvins, this multiplicity of hearts, this multiple lives, the cyclical nature of Calvin is sort of what you're getting. And as you stare into that locket, we kind of cut to you sort of really getting lost in it, and we cut to Libralight, taking you up to bed, tucking you in, Sophie like cuddling up next to you, and kind of the pages of the journal opening up to recounting the moment when you reached through and felt the new, reached through and grabbed that secret at the edge of the universe before everything really went to hell. There's a thing that happened that we talked about off screen last time. As we're flipping through the journal pages, is this a thing you remember? When you looked back behind you, the multiplicity of Calvins?
So
I can bring this up. I was going to have a break here because we're introducing some crazy secret knowledge,
yeah,
but
let me. So
I don't think you can digest that all.
Right. So Calvin, Calvin is at the edge of creation
on the golden ship.
On the prow of the golden ship, like looking off towards the secret knowledge that he has been chasing for goodness knows however long, even in times fraught with war. Behind him is Libralight, who is standing firm but concerned, and the other hard-faced members of the crew. We sort of like look over the various allies that they have brought on this ship with them, and follow the netting of the ship up to someone, I think, who's just like halfway up to the crow's nest, sort of excitedly looking out into the sea of creation. And, it is this young boy who was Calvin and Libralight's child. And Libralight, there's a rock on the ship as like whatever portal Daniel McPherson is coming through to claim Calvin is coming through. And that rock in the ship, like Libralight is obviously concerned about Calvin, but he turns back to see their son and what could have happened, what could be happening, especially rocking, especially with him being up on the netting.
Told him not to be up there.
Libralight turns and sees a portal, a break in time and space, with someone reaching through and grabbing their son and pulling them through. Libralight, creates a powerful weave in a second. Something so strong, clearly thunder is involved in some way. The boards of the golden ship buckle underneath him, and he shoots like a bullet towards this new unforeseen threat that is grabbing their son by the arm and pulling them through. And he's not fast enough to stop it, but he is fast enough to see, just before the portal closes, that the thing that has grabbed his child and ripped him away is Calvin.
And we close Sophie's snoozing journal as she unknowingly has played out some of the scenes that Calvin has, that moment that Calvin was in before. And Calvin sleeps a deep, deep sleep. And I think we're going to take a quick break because there's some stuff that we got to talk about before we are able to have our sort of, have whatever it is that comes after this, which I have ideas but have mostly left open. So we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back, and it is going to be the big, scary finale that takes these weird secrets that these people have just learned and sees what they do to act upon it. So please come back, and we will see you very shortly.
I'm dancing for the finale.
Yeah. Monty Cook is magic.
Excuse me? I read The Secrets, okay? We just spent some time discussing
Processing.
them. And
Just the two secrets that
Just the
Just the
two.
two secrets. There are like 3 or 4 more.
yeah, there are more secrets,
Many more.
which seems
many- wow, okay.
impossible
Yep.
Yeah.
and disgusting. Okay, if you don't want to know the secrets, like, I don't know how. I'm going to try and hold back as much as I can in the narrative to let people sort of discover things on their own. But you also kind of already know, because throughout our entire stupid show that we've been doing, both goddamn seasons, we've been playing directly into the meta plot. And I want to point out that Darcy read those secrets live.
I'm not at fault here.
Yeah, this was after we determined what we were doing.
Very far
all
after.
of the times that we did stuff that, like, some of you out there must know the secrets.
Yeah.
You're
Some of you out
pointing.
there must have been watching, must have known what we were doing. We've just been doing it. We've been doing it the whole time.
I've had someone say, "Oh wow, what so and so said, like, man, that's really surprising given Secret." And I was like, "Well, actually, I haven't read The Secrets yet." And they were like, "Oh, what? Like, how is it possible that you haven't read The Secrets when you've been playing into them?"
Yeah.
So, whew,
I'm just, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do with this information. I don't know how to act on this information. All I know is that throughout the whole thing that we've been doing, this delightful little project, Monty Cook has somehow been pulling our strings so he could dance his dance and sing his song.
Monty Cook exists at the center of time.
Sorcerer.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there anything? All right. Is there anything you need to get off your chest? I feel like you've, Adira, much more accomplished in secrets of real life and the occult and Gnosticism than I am. Has taken this very well, and I think.
Yeah,
How are you doing?
I gave James a quick Kabbalah crash course
Yeah.
Yeah,
to
which
be
was-
able to parse some stuff. I studied Genesis for 4 years, so that helped out in parsing some other stuff.
It's some neat stuff. Like, I was worried, I think, initially, especially when, like, metagame secrets were going to get pulled into things, that, like, this weird character plot that I had decided for myself was impossible. Turns out it's extremely possible, and everything that we've done makes sense, which is deeply shocking.
So with that said, you dream the dream of a deep sleep, and we are going to step out, I think. Okay, so you have your dream. You have a whole series of revelations, which you will act upon in the future. We've still got a couple more days before it is the day of the Dark Ball happening underneath the Deathless Triumvirate's Sky Tower. Are there any other development mode scenes that we think we need to have on screen? We could also do them really. We could do it how the game wanted it to be done, which is that these things take like 5 minutes tops, where you go, oh yeah, you're learning a spell. You go to Grimm's Grammarly and you like run into a friend there, and it's a good time. Done. Okay, but I like. We could vignette is what I'm saying. If there's some stuff that you want to prepare in that time but don't want to play out, and is there anything you definitely want to have on screen?
Well, a thing that I think we might want to have on screen is Calvin mentioned we need allies, we need friends, and Shayna has encountered twice this name Arania. And she's like, who is this bitch? Let's find her.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. I like that. So you're going to be looking up who is Arania, theoretically of the Hindasa,
Yes.
the organization that rescues people from Shadow, and who specifically had pointed one of their agents toward you to help open a door to get you back to the actuality. But their name also appeared near the records that were sort of keeping the Thaw from looking deeper into you as you got arrested and stuff, and otherwise made a note of yourself
Yeah,
to the people who would be your enemies.
exactly.
Cool. So you want to look up Aranea. Is there anything you want to do, or you
Calvin,
maybe look for allies and look for Aranea as part of it?
yeah, Calvin has, I think after this thing, it really depends on how Librelite reacts to that information. Is Calvin privy to that? Because you said he fell into a deep sleep. So was he privy to the knowledge that he took his son on that ship? Or is that something only Librelite knows?
It's something Sophie knows, and so, but Sophie's kind of the weird third person. Sophie is not just what Calvin thinks, right?
Sure.
Sophie's kind of a.
I imagine Sophie has elements
Sophie's been
of
written
Victoria,
as the Book of You.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but when she was Victoria, it was more personal. The book of You is about
This
you.
is
It's
top
the narrative
down.
around
Yeah,
you.
extremely. So yeah.
So I think Sophie knows.
Yeah, you don't always know your whole story.
So Sophie knows, but Librelite does not.
Librelite does not initially. If you want to, you can distribute that.
But does Calvin know? I'm not sure that Calvin knows. I'm.
I think what how I interpret Sophie flipping to those pages is also that Sophie wakes up going, oh heck, I know some of Calvin's secret, right? Because we've also talked about how Sophie isn't really understanding. I think that night, Sophie, you have your own revelation. Sophie has her own revelation that, oh no, I am the Book of You now.
Yeah.
So I think that information is accessible, and she would.
Interesting,
Probably
because I think what Calvin would do when
Yeah.
he wakes up from this is he checks it. There's got to be a quick check-in with Librelite, because Librelite must have just seen Calvin go to sleep
Yeah.
or whatever. But Calvin's next step is to grab all of those scrolls of all of those other memories that related to
Yeah.
him and dump them out.
Sweet.
On a table or a bed, probably the bed.
Bed, table's out.
Dump them onto this bed and just these were our friends.
Cool. This is pre-war though. Will they still remember you? But
No, I mean they won't. And also Librelite pointed out that we've got to be cautious about this thing too. I don't think this is I think we need to learn who these people are, but I don't think we can afford to go directly until we have some kind of secure plan as to how to take down the Triumvirate, which I kind of think the confrontation that we're about to have is going to be learning information for a future strike. I don't know. That'll be something that we talk about. Anyway.
yeah,
so
Librelite throws up his hands of I don't even know how to. I don't even.
So I think while we're going through
Yeah.
this, while we're learning about the most trusted friends that we had in actuality, I think Sophie's sitting with that knowledge.
Cool. Not sure how to bring it up or talk about it. Cool.
I think Sophie might even have this thing where she's cycling through the various hearts that she has, trying to figure out exactly.
Which one can deliver the message the best?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's really good. Cool. I'm gonna draw a card to find out kind of what information. So you're doing that research, and then I think we'll pop over to some RNA research you
Sure.
want to do, if that's cool. Lost Star. Very beautiful. It's a cat playing with a star, a really big cat in a forest. And it is of the Mysteries family? Notions, which is Calvin right now.
Which was Calvin. Notions.
I forgot to cross off too many Calvins.
Notions aren't Calvin.
Gosh. So you are now Mysteries only.
There's got to be some kind of secret that I get at some point that will allow me to shift my hearts, but right now,
Definitely no.
I'm just kidding.
Lost Star is good or bad luck, great distance, great age, great value. So I mean, that sounds really fortuitous for stuff that you're finding, right?
And that's also a brand new fucking card that hasn't existed in the goddamn game before.
Yeah. So this is we get a surprising great stroke of luck. So why don't we? Do you have any thoughts immediately of what that could be? So. Yeah, any ideas for like who could you find that would be like a like already trusted person or someone you could really use or has insights? Could be the Agamemnon Butler. Would be a not bad.
Butler is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a cool
I could pull from the NPC list.
yeah,
Or like the powerful summanables.
this might be a thing. What if it's Ari Aloha?
Ooh,
that's
who
neat.
keeps checking up on you?
Yeah. This angel has like been a part of our lives, and like they're an angel too.
Yeah.
So they've got kind of a vested interest in the stuff that we're up to.
Into it. Yeah, angels are purportedly agents of the legacy in some way. And so yeah, you come upon a memory where you were much more in direct allyship with Ari Aloha. They were working with you or in some way, or do you find a way that like they owe you or something? Like, right? It's not exactly how angels usually work, but
I think
what's your in with them?
Ari, I think Ari told us to do this. Or Ari, like, because we, in the red, Calvin encountered an angel that understood who he was and what he was trying to do and despised him because of it. And I think, like, if you laid out Calvin's plan, I'm going to make a new son, to most angels, they would have gone, what the fuck are you doing? You need to not
How dare
do
you.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
You absolutely, but Ari Aloha's thing is that he wants you to be the best version of himself, of yourself, and also the truest version of yourself. Which, for Calvin, there's nothing but doing this thing. Like that is both the best Calvin there could be is the warden of this new son, and the truest version of Calvin is the person who makes this son to help people. So I think, this very powerful angel like intervened and ended up intervening in a really surprising and interesting way.
Cool.
But said some cryptic stuff to him about things that haven't happened yet.
This is the memory you're zooming in on?
Yeah, I think like that's it. Like we look into this memory, and Ari Aloha is telling Calvin about something that he can't possibly understand because it's from the perspective of the center of time.
Cool. I think that's a great win. So knowing that Ari is in on your weird conspiracy slash is in the know and a supporter of you, right?
Yeah.
And slash gave you some bit of information that maybe we can call upon in a future scene. So let us sort of a
hidden knowledge.
Yeah, a bit of, but a very powerful, specific bit of hidden knowledge related probably to something you're doing regarding legacy. Cool, into it. I think there's probably like other people we found. We can draw from the NPC list. We can draw from summanables. There are other, you come across a number of folks that you recognize and gosh, Librelite's been around forever, so Librelite knows a lot of people.
Yeah.
So.
And I think the cool, weird thing is Librelite knows of these people, but coincidentally has never really interacted with most of them.
Yeah. It is a suspicious pattern.
It's like, we run in the same circles, but we don't know each other.
How is it that we don't know each other? Cool. Love it.
Yeah.
All right. How do you go about, first of all, is there, you sleep it off for a bit, I imagine, because you have had some horrifying revelations. What do you're going to be looking up this RNA person. How do you go about it?
Shayna is gonna.
You do have a book friend, a library friend, or
grimoire. Shayna is definitely gonna go ask Tiora for a little bit of help doing some research, both in like books and biology.
Yep, so much to learn.
Yeah. Mostly she's gonna tell Tiora like, I want to learn more about the Hendasa.
Oh my God! Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
The
Love
forbidden
it.
game is Shayna's card, which we like basically never draw.
God dang it. We were just talking about this.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
we were just talking about how it never gets drawn.
Be a little less on the nose. Its meanings are danger, intellect, strategy, and balance. Very cool. So, and it's your card.
Yeah.
Do you have an immediate sense of what this might be? It's okay if not. I have some thoughts.
I do not have an immediate sense.
Okay, so you go to Tiora and you're looking for some information, and so you pitch it as how do you pitch it to her?
I want to learn more about the Hendasa.
Yeah. They're very secretive. She tells you that there's certain wards to make sure that even the spelling of their name is always changed. They're constantly for whatever reason, are an extremely secretive group about any actual information about them. Goodness, the Forbidden Game. Okay. Yeah. Trying to debate how this should play out. So I think she says, I have for all the secretive tomes that are also banned that I've acquired over the years. I've never been able to get my hands on anything specifically from the Hendasa, but a little bit of lying goes a long way, and people are the best keepers of information, and where books are useful, but the real good stuff lives inside our own qualia. So I think she's going to try to help you infiltrate somewhere.
Sure.
To get the information from somebody, right? So like what weird disguise persona do you folks get up to? I feel like this is a sort of like weird antics,
Yeah, I think what happens is Tiora invites somebody to Grin's Grammary.
Great.
To like go over something with them or something.
Yeah.
And Shayna is there, and Shayna knocks this person out and assumes their identity.
Wow.
Sweet. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So you have become, I'm going to pull some NPC to be your Hendasa. This is going to be sweet. You become...
Zeros needs to know who we're talking to again.
Oh, this is Tiora, who is the proprietress of Grin's Grammary.
Yes, who Shayna has some things with.
Awesome. And
Tiora's big and blue and buff.
so blue, so buff, so great. Very, very great lady. The persona that you get is Raven. They are a high-level Vance, a slight woman with grand iridescent black wings who's studying and experimenting with the malleability of space and time. It's something you are uniquely suited to maybe play up.
Yes.
So this is, I think with your card, you find the perfect alias, right? So so Raven is unceremoniously conked out, dragged into the weird necromancy forbidden chain room that Tiora keeps to keep herself from going absolutely bored out of her mind because she hates books. And you are able to, you're sent off to go consort with other Hendasans and hopefully get this information out. So were we not in the latter segment of a finale, we might dive deeper into all the antics that you get up to. Do you want to give me like a flash or like a scene of
let's do
something
it.
that
Let's
happens?
a quick Shayna antics montage.
Okay, cool. Yeah, perfect.
Shayna with the wings and things.
Yeah.
Talking to somebody who finds out who she is. Shayna stabs them and they die, and Shayna goes shit and has to rewind time 3 seconds.
Yes, absolutely.
So they don't find out who she was, and she doesn't kill anybody.
Yeah. What antics happen with the hate cysts?
Oh gosh, I think there's just a moment where Shayna's in an elevator, and someone else gets on the elevator, and like the hate cyst is like it wants to interact with them in a way, and like Shayna's got to be like, well, I really want this to happen because this would be super chaotic and kind of fun to see. I'm also kind of doing something, so I can't really afford for
busy.
this to happen.
Guys, come on.
I kind of feel like the hate cyst, like she lets it happen and then rewinds time again. I feel like Shayna just treats that like candy.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Yeah.
You get up to, we flash to, you're in like some like lush boardroom, some weird, really richly appointed boardroom. And I think there is, gosh, I'm trying to think of like how I think you steal someone's memory of Aranea, and that's how you get it. But like, because you're kind of an apostate.
Yeah.
So is there
Not
any?
kind of an apostate.
Yeah, well, you're not super thiefy though. You're more stabby.
No. Yeah,
So
I have only mundane thief powers.
Yeah.
Yeah, of like some sleight of hand and some lying and things like that.
So
Yeah.
is this a like weird, I'm imagining kind of like a trophy room, like a trophy wall with like glass over it, and held within our particularly great moments of the Dawsons or something, and somehow you suss out that like Aranea is involved in one of these memories or something. Is that how you get it, or do you steal it out of someone's brain in some interesting way? I want to see the moment of you stealing it,
Yeah, I think Shayna goes up to somebody, and it looks like she drops something like right behind their ear.
Sweet. Yes.
And this little red glob just drops right behind their ear.
Yeah.
And slinks up into the front and curls into their brain.
Nice.
Because Shayna's just dropped a little hate cystling
sweet.
on top of this person's head.
Oh, that's so cool.
Gross.
Which is now crawling through their auditory canals into their gray matter.
Wonderful.
To go find out their secrets. And they're really chatty, so the hate cyst tells Shayna all sorts of secrets.
And because of this piece of paper,
Yeah.
it totally works. Yep, It's great. So it slithers back out of the brain matter, and does it slip into your ear? Does it talk to you? How does it transmit that information?
Yeah, I think once
We're also montaging, so
Yeah.
to some extent.
I think once it sort of comes back, there's like a signal it gives to show that it like has the information. And then later, when Shayna's in a place where like she is safe, then the hate cyst like conveys the information about Aranea.
Cool. So hate cysts are usually kind of like red and the very destructive forces. They're sort of like reds and kind of ochres and sort of pigments like that. The longer the sword that's with you and the ones that are with you, they're turning a darker color, sort of more. They've gotten a lot like less red, more kind of cold colors in there. Some greens, some blues. So they seem to change colors. Is something that we're seeing during this montage. The longer they spend with you, as you're in a safe room, we get visions of Aranea, this person's memory of it. Very like a really tall person with like a ratty cloak on, like a big like winter coat that's like really falling apart. Black hair that's in like an elaborate geometric shape that it would be impossible for, shadow hair to do, but is a nice Saturnine fashion. They're sort of androgynous.
The hypercube hair.
The good old hypercube hair. And they have gray skin like stone, like sort of a river-worn pebble. So you get this vision of Aranea. They seem to be, but one thing you note is through all these memories that you've been looking, you get kind of one instance of Aranea, right? Like this person is kind of off the map of the Hendasa, right? You haven't been able to find. You get sort of one instance, and that memory is the Aranea, like basically commanding some other Hendasan to go do something, right? Sending a command and kind of being absent from the whole mind structure of this entire place, which is suspicious to you. So I'm trying to think. Give me a roll really quick. This is going to be like some kind of intellect roll. I just kind of want to have a sense. High, low, just sort of, are there any other details or perception that you could pick up as you're sieving through this information?
9 total.
9 total is not bad. The only other hint that you have about who Aranea is they have this gray skin. They have this gray skin, and you kind of catch one memory of their whole form changing, like completely. They sort of shrink down into a little rat, and they scurry away. So whatever they are, they're changing form a lot too.
Okay.
So not the most useful, still helpful. So you got the Handasa, you know Aranea was involved there somewhere, but is also a shapeshifter and is clearly up to other business elsewhere.
Yeah.
So is there anything else specifically you're looking for? Are you trying to like... I feel like that's the Handasa lead information.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you thank Tiora so much for her assistance?
So much.
So much. Very
Yeah.
appreciative. Good. Tiora likes being appreciated.
Yeah. And Shayna conveniently forgets a glove of the armor, so that way she has another excuse to come back.
Very smooth. Very smooth. Cool. So you had been looking up allies.
Yeah.
You have an array, and you know Arialoha. Is there anything else?
There is a thought that I had just as we were wrapping up that scene that kind of makes even more sense based on all the things that happened. Rather than our special ally being Arialoha, kind of makes sense that it's the Loom.
Oh, I like that.
Because the Loom counseled Libralite immediately afterwards. And like came up with a pretty drastic plan, but like if they were on that ship with us, like there's a lot of questions, and their sort of like decision to predate Calvin makes sense, you know?
I love that. Yeah, I'm happy to have the Loom as your secret ally who's still really pissed off at you.
Yeah, justifiably. I mean,
yeah.
if they remember it at all. Like, maybe all they remember is that they're pissed off at me.
Awesome. I love it. The Loom used to be a close confidant of yours. And I think Libralite is shocked at that, as shocked as you are.
Probably the last canister that we crack open.
Yeah, love it. And you have a really messy bedroom full of scrolls that have been absolutely draped around here. What other... so there is the matter of the rat wedding, but I think that has to be a podcast episode.
I think that's a podcast special,
Yeah.
because I will say originally Alan Linick did play that rat daughter.
And he played it real well.
He played it real good, so maybe.
So the wedding with Sorella will have to wait for a podcast, which I'm very excited. But that happens.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
We will not speak of it.
And we
We will not speak of it, and there will obviously be no lasting consequences.
I'm getting close to that time aggregate.
Cough.
I'm doing this wild, I want to point out that I'm doing this wild wedding plan of like, oh yeah, we'll just put this thing into the past in the bureaucracy records. It'll be no problem. I literally can't do weaving magic. The one kind of magic I can do.
Yep.
God.
In the meantime, as we go through this, Fartown is changing. The fact that the emotion playground, gosh, what was it called? It was the emotional
It
playground.
was just the emotional playground. Yeah.
Got turned into a froyo shop. That pattern, that shadowification, is accelerating around Fartown in a way that deeply disturbs all of you.
Okay.
It's not happening super. It's not. You can't watch it in real time, but suddenly the next day will happen, and it's a little further. Some of the void punks are opening up paint your own pottery, stores. Sound holes are becoming some of the sound holes have been embraced and become shadowfied. Chipotle has opened up near one of the sound holes.
Chipotle?
Chipotle.
Can you... Chipotle?
I really
Darcy?
don't know
You have
what
to have hole
the
there.
proper pronunciation
Oh,
You have
okay.
to get hole in.
Chipotle, okay.
Chipotle. That's how you have to do it. Yep.
Yeah.
Love it. So, and are there any other shadowifications you want to contribute?
Oh gosh.
Like, what do we lose?
I mean, the hauntings change. The hauntings just become community theater.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Very bad. Okay.
So
Q-holba. Q-hol. These are really hard. It's hard to get hole into these words.
I mean, you could just do Holway.
there you go.
God. Gross.
Jimmy Holes.
Talk hole bell.
Jersey Holes.
Okay.
So it's very clear that whether or
Hole
not
King.
we are
McHolnolds.
equipped to take down the Deathless Triumvirate at this exact moment in our lives, we need to do something about this goddamn shadowification.
Holdies.
So yeah.
Yeah, Whole Foods.
Yeah, Whole Foods is that I mean,
Yeah.
that's the first one we should have thought of. Like, really, when you think about it,
All right. We're bad at the pun war.
what are we getting paid for exactly if we didn't think of that one first? Come on.
We
Or
had
at
some
least on our
earth-shattering
own.
secrets.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess.
We've had our world rocked tonight. So, sorry. What's your
So
thought
I
about?
think Calvin and Shayna need to get together.
Yeah.
And do what? You only got a
We
week.
gotta-
We
we
only
gotta-
have a few days left.
We
You
got to
know,
discuss
got enough
what
antics.
we're gonna do.
So you know that Seven will be there fighting because he has been marked, facing down a death beyond death potentially. But he does have the murder rock, so he is a bit helped out.
Yeah.
Though that femme fatale ghost is in there, and
Katerina.
that's fuck.
She's
That's
very cool. We probably have to podcast episode.
that's
about
another
her.
Yeah, you make that note that that's a podcast
It is
episode too.
noted. It's very important.
So okay, we need to figure out what our goal is here.
Yeah. This shadowification is a little worrying too.
The shadowification, I think, is the problem that we can address right now. I don't know about you. I've learned some things.
Same.
I think that there is a way to deal with the problems that we're currently facing.
Okay.
But I don't know how long that's going to take. I think I have to go back to where I was trying to go before.
The edge of the universe.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there's another way for me to do what I was trying to do. And I do think that will help me deal with what we're dealing with right now. But the most important thing, I feel, is to slow and stop this shadowification that's happening in Saturnine. Because if that happens, we're going to be more vulnerable than we've ever been.
Yes. The Warden of Shadow, the Demiurge,
Hypothesized.
is real.
Wouldn't, maybe this is a lie too, but I thought Vizsla created Shadow. There shouldn't
Yes.
be a warden.
It installed itself.
No, you know what? This makes sense. I didn't create a dark reflection of myself either, but Dana McPherson still exists.
The Demiurge is, or was, or is the head of the enemy.
Okay.
It decided that it liked the lie the Vizsla created so much that it wanted to live there, and it came up with a new plan, I think.
So we need to disrupt that plan.
Yeah.
So that's our goal
Yes.
right now. And we can figure out how to do the rest of the fighting later. But right now, we got to stop that.
So, dog walkers have been coming by my place. They want to take my spoon and they want to take him on a walk. And I don't like that.
Sure. Yeah, I can see how that would be upsetting.
Yeah, my poor dog has been stolen from me once and I'm not going to let it again.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's good. Okay.
So, the thing is though, is that gives us a cover and an in. I've got a dog.
Okay.
I just pretend to be a dog walker. I can see why these, like see if there's a root cause of the shadowification, and find something that we can like target.
Sure. Yeah. That's it. That's all what we need to do is figure out what to target.
Yeah.
And it feels like that they've been operating through what's his name, Alderman.
Garrett Alderman.
So he must know something.
Yeah.
So we just have to figure out how they're doing it and shut it down, and then
I think, depending on what it is that's causing it, will depend on whether it needs to be your sort of solution or my sort of solution.
for sure. I mean, yes, that's absolutely true. Okay, let's figure this out then.
Cool.
So you start out. This feels like development mode to me. If
Yeah.
you're like sort of investigating some stuff.
We're
Totally.
trying to figure out what method is by like the shadowification is like clearly new. It wasn't happening earlier, so we got to figure out what is allowing it to happen and how we can burn that to the ground.
Yeah,
Cool.
Shayna goes, buys some yoga pants, and pretends to be a dog walker.
Can I? This is a nemesis card, which is bad. But let's start. I want to find out if you do it. So this is Relentless Rumor is the card I draw for like how does Shayna's guys work? This is Shayna's family, so
Okay.
secrets. So I think you totally like sink into the role, or at least provide some sort of convincing aura, or look so dangerous that no one thinks to possibly question you in the role. So you're walking your dog, you're wearing your yoga pants, and you're exploring all over Saturnine. What are you doing while you're as part of this? Are you sort of watching it from afar? Are you?
I think I'm focusing on Garrett Alderman.
Okay, cool. So you are, I think, sneaking up on Garrett Alderman and trying to watch Garrett Alderman's movements. I'm going to hang on to that for a second. I don't really know. It's
gonna
on the
go
share.
off the
Golden
ship,
ship.
yeah.
Okay. I'm too short. All right, for Garrett Alderman, we have Dangerous Elixir. So I think he's in zeros. You're having to spy on him schmoozing with other like folks in bars and things. Or is it the Magniloquent? No, because that would be a very Saturnine place.
Yeah.
Both of them are kind of very Saturnine places. So I kind of think that he is having a pancake fundraiser or something.
Cool.
And he's doing it to schmooze the other Garrets
Cool.
that are around.
Yeah.
So, like, this is a huge collection of the Garrets of all the various wards of Saturnine. And, it's oppressively normal.
Yeah, awesome. Very, very bad. Cool. So you're listening in on it, and you are, it's droning on and on. It's really hard to even stay focused. It feels, the vibrancy gets sucked out of the room even as you're listening. So as you sort of follow around patterns, you're looking for like, where is shadow bad? You're looking for things that might draw your attention as you're trying to like fit in with the sort of shadowification. Yeah. What you both sort of get in different ways, and you can tell me what keys you into this, is that it's spreading like a sickness would, right? So you find these little epicenters of shadow, and you're sort of watching, an extremely shadowified kind of person go into a new place, and you kind of notice other little aspects of that area kind of taking on a shadow form. And so what excites you about this is that an epidemic can be traced to a source. So there's information, but so what do you see that sort of gives you the sense that this is a sickness, or what do you come across?
Shayna basically will go along with the dog walkers. And then afterwards we'll retrace her steps like
Yeah.
that she did to see like, okay, what has sort of been
Yeah.
left behind? And that's where she starts to sort of put together like, wait a second, this is like, it's like they're leaving shadow spores everywhere. Yeah.
Awesome. Oh, cool. That's perfect. What about you? What do you see?
I think Calvin sort of witnesses this happen. Like this boring speech kind of thing, like you were talking about, the colors being sucked out of the area already. This whole thing is him trying to cast this on the other aldermen. Because like I think one of the things the Alderman Garrett, or no, the Garrett of his neighborhood had come, like, and one of the things that he wanted to address is like, hey, I'm getting a lot of complaints about the fact that our playground went away, and he was like kind of hoping, I'm gonna go to this meetup and see what everybody else knows and see if, like, is this related to that graffiti or something?
Right, is it a sound hole situation coming over here?
And we can see that concern drain away.
Cool. Excellent. If you were to give a color, this is maybe it's more of a texture. Could either of you help me come up with like there's a feeling you're getting when you sort of put on your magic sight and you're looking beyond. There's an association you have for certes, the physical characteristics, your physicality, your accuracy, your movement, and there's a association you have with qualia, the things of the mind, of spirituality, your sorcery, your sortilege, your intellect. Can you give me some sort of like mnemonic or like impression? You know, does certes feel like stone and qualia feels like water? What, or is it a texture or smell?
I think certes tastes like metal.
Cool, excellent.
And I think qualia tastes like
I feel like it smells like ozone or plasma.
Qualia does?
Yeah.
Nice, yeah. Ooh, I like that a lot. When you see that concern be removed, you start to get this imbalance in those where Saturnine is a place where you have certes and you have qualia, and this is the real world, this is the actuality, and so you have both. The mundane world, shadow, really only thinks about, it overemphasizes certes, the physicality. It doesn't have magic. You're feeling that certes qualia balance get out of whack. And so it's starting to feel that ozone that you got so familiar to, even as Saturn has become home again, it's going away, and you're getting more of that penny taste, that rain is on the way, kind of metallic taste or smell. So that's sort of how you're interpreting it. So you have probably, like, at this point, maybe 2 days before the big showdown. But I think it would be pretty trivial for you two to go compare notes and look at, your smart folks who look for patterns and things. You find the epicenter, you sort of map this massive weird web of Saturnine, of sort of the sickness that you found, pinning things into a big map. You find at least an epicenter of it must be in the Marquis district, where the Deathless Triumvirate make their home. It is kind of thought of, it's the ritzy district, but it's also kind of a center of government. And so in some ways it is a center of Saturnine, which is a center of Indigo, which is a center maybe of Path of Suns. So you think that seems to be spreading from where the Deathless Triumvirate have their headquarters.
They've got to be doing something in there to make this happen.
So here's my thought. We make a counter plague.
Interesting. Okay. Something that puts the actuality back in this, and we have to release it at the headquarters of the Deathless Triumvirate.
And I think there is nothing that's much more of a specific release to Saturnine than a key fall.
So we have to make a key fall happen.
Sweet.
All right, I'm on board.
Cool.
Awesome. Very cool.
So that's the plan.
Yeah.
Are you going to make? Yeah, you're going to make. You're going to try to make an actual key fall happen.
Yeah. The idea is to make a key fall and imbue some amount of like magic, super magiciness into this key fall in particular.
Sweet.
so that way the keys can carry the magic out.
I think we replaced this now. So Nemesis is in play, and it's the Nemesis of Visions, which is not you folks. So everybody is, except you, because you can ignore it, is diminished.
Dang.
All right.
What an unlucky thing to happen.
It is. Things take a dark turn.
Yeah.
So what are you going to bring to bear on this keyfall business? You have some wicked keys which solve a problem, but are not usually the method I want gets necessarily implemented. So they could probably be very useful resources. Is there anything else you're bringing to bear? Are there any big hitters you're calling upon for a keyfall? Cast a weird spell?
So Calvin doesn't really have a lot of options.
Nope.
Shayna is going to look for a variety of different keyfalls throughout Saturnine.
Okay.
And then is going to effectively attempt to mash them together
Neat.
by connecting them with warp space tunnels in between each other.
Sweet. Oh, cool. So you're going to try to puncture or perforate space-time so that you have a chance of getting some keyfall action from all these different independent events.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. That's really cool.
And then put another hole over here so that it can all release out.
Nice. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. You had been working on your time weave. Is that anything you're diving into more during this week, or
I
are you
think
sort of
that's
is
kind
that a
of what he
future thing?
commits himself to.
Okay.
At this point, he's got no aggregates to use.
Yep.
And he and Librelite are on edge because they don't even know, should we pursue these allies? Should we wait until we've managed this? And I think, it comes from Calvin, because it never did, because he was stoic before. I should study.
Oh.
And I think Calvin's stoicism, he makes more headway than he's made in the past. And he feels close to it, closer than he ever, he can actually feel it slip through his fingers, but he stops himself. He turns to Librelite. If I do this, if I unlock this, the Loom is going to know. That's going to place her at risk.
Librelite gestures around. The risk is enormous for all of us right now.
I'm close on this. If I try it again, I think I'm going to get it. But...
And what will you do?
Well, darling, that's something that I think even with this heart, I will find out in the moment.
What's Librelite's equivalent of an eye roll? Affectionate eye roll.
Yeah. Gosh, how does a book roll its eyes?
I think the pages, when they're sort of, the book is open, the pages sort of curl a little bit into each other.
Cute. Very good.
But I'll have it when I need it. And I think that's the best we can hope for.
Librelite nods for anything we can get amassed for this procedure.
If I don't, but we do know that I come back. I can come back. If I don't make it initially, I might forget again. I might start from nothing again, like I did last time. There's a lot of different things that could happen. I don't think you can come with us because someone needs to be there. Because what we're doing now, we're going to risk everything for it. And that's going to stop an encroaching problem. But we need to actually fix everything. And if something goes awry, I need someone to be there to pick up the pieces to start over.
Librelite goes through several sort of emotions about this.
I know.
But flips to a page. I'm not sure what the image is, but the meaning is like, I'm your home, right? So I'm not sure what the image is, but I think Librelite is willing to support you from the sidelines and continue to be your home as you travel across, goodness, reality and anti-reality.
lighthouse.
It's a lighthouse.
Yeah, there's the image is Calvin on
Librelite.
this golden ship, and Librelite is this lighthouse casting light over the shadow, letting him know that port is nearby. And Calvin understands that instantly. And again places his hand around his husband's. In the meantime, figure out a way to contact our friends, and we got to figure out what happened to that ship or how to make another one.
Librelite adjusts, the pennants on their vest. Like I was an admiral before. I can bring them back into ranks. Librelite nods and basically gets ready to set about going through your list of who you think is most trustworthy and anyway all the contingency plans and ideas you had. He is sort of ready to put that into action.
All right.
But first, time.
I know it. I do know it. I don't want to alert the loom, because if the loom comes, first of all, to get me, to take the aggregate away, I won't have the aggregate, and I might need it. But if she shows up for whatever reason, then she'll be in the middle of all of it. I can't have that on my conscience. I can't do that to a friend.
Librelite starts weaving like an intense barrier, right? Something to shield you while you're studying, basically. Is going to put up whatever Librelite has to sort of buffer you from outside influence, at least make it harder for the loom to get that information should they try to, when they reestablish that.
Cool. That will.
So you sort of are set up in the study, which I imagine is the dining room, but with the table like just gone, right? Sort of a place for you to experiment these days.
Yeah. Yeah. I think then Calvin sits down inside a ring of like pocket watches, and they're like grandfather clocks. Like he is surrounded by these clocks, and clocks are. Did I get that right? They are the mystery heart object?
They are, I don't have it written on here, but I think you said, clocks are the new,
your
new ones, so mysteries.
So yeah, he's in the center of these clocks, and he's, contemplating a watch and time and cycles and growth and decay and all of these things, and like following it around, picturing interlocking gears and his hands being a part of those gears. And for a second, just enough time, he grabs it. He knows it's there.
And we cut to despair.
Despair? That should be joy.
You would think so. I'll have more joy later. The two of you stand on the top of a building in the Marquis district. Darkball is happening all around you. You both have taken. You both have been affected. You've both been through battle. What do each of you look like? How do we know? It is you see the towering dagger of the building that the Deathless Triumvirate make their sky tower, make their home. You still need to get to it, but you're sort of perched on a building as chaos is erupting all around you. What do you both look like?
Calvin does not have.
Absolutely time skipped.
Yeah, Calvin does not have his coat. He does not have his jacket.
Okay.
It is like ripped off. He is standing there in, his shirt sleeves and his vest, which like looks a little singed up. He still has his buttons on it.
Cute.
But it is worse for wear. His hair is wilder than ever.
Yeah.
And he is breathing very heavily.
Excellent. What do you look like?
Shayna is holding the like Hatesist blade in her right hand and the Hatesist knife in her left hand. And it's begun to sort of creep up
Now a
sort of
nice inky
nearly
blue still.
like nearly her elbow. This weird blue hate. And there's just like a number of like punctures, almost look like bullet holes through her clothes.
But are those punctures related to your key fall situation? They may or they may not be.
They may or may not be.
Presumably, in those 2 days, you made a plan for that key fall.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have you pull it out of your butt whenever you're ready.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
like,
I've got a
okay,
plan.
Here's the lever.
Yeah, totally.
Cool. So chaos is erupting around you. Clearly, you have been through some stuff, but you don't have, at least it's the memory is not clear. One moment you had just touched the time weave, and now you're here. And let's pull a new card. Cat, which is your
What you used to be.
oh used
That's
to
notions.
be. Yep.
Shayna,
That's the companion.
Yes, I'll pull another one.
I'm from the past.
Excellent.
Oh,
Jackal, Nemesis, 2 Nemesis cards in play, and you can't ignore this one. It's so great, and it's of Calvin, so you're triple.
triple diminished.
How is
Diminished.
that possible?
It's a bad day for Calvin. Oh no.
I touched time.
That's not good. Time. Don't touch time.
I mean, I'm a weaver. We're supposed to touch aggregates. It's fine. Sort of. I mean, I figured it out. I know
Calvin,
how to...
time's not an aggregate.
Okay. You're not a weaver, and I know that also I'm like...
You told me this.
What do you mean?
You made a new aggregate.
When?
The time thing.
This doesn't sound like me.
Oh man.
You got it right before the dark ball began. You're from before you figured out.
Oh, no.
You were kind of upset at
used
Librelite
an
because
object.
Librelite hadn't told you.
Wait, did that get revealed on air? I forget.
No, but
Yeah.
Shayna is now revealing it.
Wait. No, I've been learning the time aggregate. I don't know all of the aggregates because I guess in the past I wasn't very prudent with my studies, which, that's on me. But Librelite's been taking me through.
Librelite's been taking you through creating a new aggregate.
We didn't even know this was going to work.
Yep.
Whose plan was...
A woman like a bolt of lightning made flesh, blue skin, shock of white hair, gold eyes that crackle with great purpose, appears with a clap of thunder, and Lady Volt from Other Doc is sort of clad in goodness, this is in silver, like beautiful clothing. She casts some wild lightning magic. Probably it looks like a weave to you, and it crackles across the sort of the beautiful paved stones before you, and sort of starts creating a whole big rift in the city block functionally. She doesn't seem to be taking much notice of you two. There's a lot of chaos going around, and you don't appear to have the dark ball.
Okay. Well, if it wasn't an aggregate before, it's one now.
Yep.
So I don't remember getting here. Do we
Yeah.
have a plan for the key fall?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get in that tower then.
Cool.
I still can't do weaves, by the way. I got one, but I need two.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I don't know what everybody knows. Apparently time's not an aggregate. Great, good. Well, good, fine.
Hint, time is an aggregate that we created in Slack today. So we'll put that guy up in the backer document,
Yeah,
I think.
that's going to be the backer doc, baby. Woo!
Assuming you get to use it, which would be ideal.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Find a way.
Time finds a way.
Top of the tower. Shayna sets down the knife and
Yeah.
reaches through the sort of hate stick that's sort of creeped over her hand and pops off her pinky again.
Nice. Thought you got that fixed.
She did. I put a compartment in it.
Gross.
It's useful. I can stash shit in it.
Okay. There are a lot of questions that I have about the hate cyst that I imagine that I've already asked in the past, so I'm not going to ask them again now. But gross.
Shayna reaches into the finger and pulls out what you think might be one of the bones, but it's like too long for that. And it's metal.
Oh, well, I do that.
What do you pull out that's in silver?
Well, it would cost me something. So, I mean, like, I think feathers are free, baby.
The silver feather, excellent. It gets caught and zapped in one of these lightning storms by Lady Volt.
No. Shayna pulls out and plops the pinky back on and sort of whips her hand and it extends.
Sweet.
Like it's some sort of baton
Telescopic.
or rod
Cool, I love that.
attached to the top of the tower.
Oh, we don't even have to go inside.
Yeah.
Great.
The top of the giant floating dagger tower, way far above you. You're on top of this building you're on.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So, I guess this is a tricky thing. I don't fly, but I can stick on that tower if you can get me up to that tower.
Yeah. Jump off.
Calvin,
Wait, hold on. And she reaches out and hands you the thing.
yeah.
Great.
Calvin grabs the thing.
Triple diminished, by the way.
I'm sure he's gonna be fine.
Gonna be great.
Calvin jumps off and like takes that leap of faith, trusting his friend.
Titanic style,
Yeah.
And she's gonna
leaning over the edge.
treat Calvin as a projectile and just sort of slingshot him
Oh my god.
with space powers
Sweet.
through a diverted angle and
What does
things.
that look like? Is it just like a flick of your finger or?
Yeah. Shayna just sort of looks and sort of where Calvin's falling, she just sort of waits and just sort of does this.
Nice, awesome. So Calvin starts getting slingshot. So you spend some points to cast it. Forte abilities, you can basically beef up the effective level it is as much as you want, even without a secret. So you can pour as much sorcery as you'd like into it because this is a difficult thing.
I'm gonna make it a level.
Wait, to throw a person? Okay. Oh, we got to push through some barrier or some bull crap.
It's about aim. During a battlefield, during Dark Ball.
Can I spend accuracy?
Sure, toss an
Or should I
accuracy
make an
in there.
accuracy roll?
Up to you. I guess, are you pretty good at accuracy or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's aiming your spell, right? You're
Yeah,
casting
sure.
it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make it a level 8.
Okay.
And then
You can put any sortilege in?
yeah, I'm gonna spend 1.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you are
Does
just
Calvin count as a
diminished one.
light ranged weapon?
There's no way.
Could you make him a light ranged weapon?
I mean,
oh,
if
we
I
have
had
some,
powers.
Is that 500? Is that an extra sortilege or is that
GM shift.
GM shift?
Ooh.
Perfect. Cool. Let's see how this roll goes, and then I'll kind of know how my GM shift should go. That's great.
All right. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 11.
11. Sweet. Thank you, Zeros.bar. That's very exciting. Okay, so I think that is a great roll. This is, so Calvin starts free falling down to the ground where Lady Volt is sort of floating and there's electricity going everywhere. And Shayna warps space and time, and suddenly his downward fall portal style is being sent upward toward the...
What if, like, you're warping space and time? What if you, like, just create a gravity well that slingshots me?
That's basically what she did.
That's so friggin'
That's
cool.
very cool.
Yeah.
What? Gosh, I want it to be a joy. Whenever and however Darcy wants to use it tonight. Okay, cool. So I can bank that because this is a pretty cool moment on its own. So I'm going to bank that joy and pull it out soon.
Because one of the ephemera objects that I've had since season 1, this is not even an ephemera object, this is an incantation from season 1, is my path takes me strange places. You can walk on a wall or ceiling as if it were the floor. Your orientation shifts entirely down, so it is towards the surface on which you stand. You can change this orientation as you move.
Wow, that's pretty perfect for sticking to the outside of a building.
Yeah.
So yeah, Calvin is flinging through the air while trying to focus all of his considerable power on whispering this incantation to himself so that when he lands, he doesn't fall down to the ground or have his like mass accelerated so much so he's towards the object, because it has to start exactly, I think, when his foot touches it, or like his foot has to touch the side of this building and him start to fall down a little bit so that he can like gently fall back. It's very precise. When I cast this spell, I need to know, does this work like spells I need to spend 4?
So incantations, you don't have to spend, but the level does add to your venture. So you get basically a free +4, which is great since you're at -3.
Yeah.
What are you going to bring to bear on this?
I am going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to pump it up to 8, I think.
Cool.
And I'm going to spend 2 of my sortilege on this roll.
Okay.
So I think we are well beyond just the top of this building now. I think we're pretty close. I think if you roll well, you can plant that thing on top of the dagger.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with your great roll, you shot him straight up to the sky tower.
Okay, so that's 6 plus the 8. So that's actually that's 11.
11. Okay, that is quite solid. 11 is going to be good enough to do you wobble a bit, but yeah, you sort of passed the point where you could have taken an off ramp to a smaller tower that was initially what you're kind of looking at. But the aim is true, and you're feeling good about this incantation. You're whispering it to yourself. You're feeling good about the aim, and you're lining it up. And you're sailing feet first, one toe, extended out as far as you can to sort of really get the edge of that enormous, 3,000 kilometer up. Something. Not kilometers, meters. Not that it matters. It's Saturn. Who cares? But.
Meters.
Yeah, this enormously high up in the air tower, and I think you get up on if it's a dagger pointed down, you're up on the sort of the guard of it, right?
Yeah.
You're up right by the hilt. So you touch a toe to it, reverse, or sort of reorient where down is in a way that cinematically is very nausea-inducing.
Yeah, I think it's it's you see Calvin touching this sideways, and it is the entire camera turning around to reorient the vision very slowly.
Love it. And so you are very far away from your friend, but you have this pole. So what are you gonna try to? So you have a moment of I just landed on top of the sky tower, yay, and also oh no, by yourself. No cloak. What do you do?
Well, Calvin is not as anxiety-ridden, being a stoic heart. He's still feeling that anxiety. He's just not expressing it as much. He's just striding on up, running as quick as he can to get to the top of that tower before the thaw or whatever horrible things in this tower that are going to come get him.
Cool. So you start running. We cut back to you. What's your plan? You're back here. You're far away. You gonna warp time and space to get up there? You gonna find some other way?
Yeah, I mean,
I was kind of thinking something cool and terrible and winged is going by that you hitch a ride on.
ooh, sure.
In case you have a thought. A joy, GM shift, so you can have a joy for that.
Nice.
So tell me what great winged beast or thing or demon or angel starts passing you by that you hijack to ride up to Calvin.
It's got to be one of Calvin's dumb birds.
No!
One of the horrible birds that
Yeah.
Calvin's stuff just
What if it's like
puts
a
in the
big flightless bird that has like incongruously started flying or emerged,
What if it's an ostrich with huge flapping wings?
Yeah,
my
I'm into
God.
it.
Yeah, the wings are like massive.
Cool.
They're ridiculous on this
The
ostrich.
cassowary!
The
It's definitely the
cassowary.
cassowary with massive, massive wings now. Impossibly there, but you know there's no such thing as a coincidence.
Yeah.
And so you hop on.
Well, there are things as coincidences. I live next to a
That's
coincidence
true.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shayna looks at the bird and runs to the edge of the roof that she's on and leaps onto the bird.
Awesome. You are getting taken on this wild and horrible ride as the cassowary like bellows horrible cassowary noises, I imagine. The big dinosaur that it is.
I imagine there's a little bit of wrestling because the cassowary
Oh, yeah.
is also trying to kill Shayna.
Yeah, it's a cassowary.
Those birds are bad.
They're mean.
Yeah, so Shayna is simultaneously riding this bird and also punching it in the face.
Well, they usually do it through kicking. So, like, jumping onto its back might give you a big advantage in that fight.
Well, it's trying to roll.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, no. Excellent.
Yeah.
Do you want to? I feel like with the joy, you're able to get it, but you can tell me how you convince it, how you subdue it. Is it with the hate cyst? Nothing likes hate cysts being turned on it.
No, I think
Simple brute force for this weird magical bird thing.
just like it's moving, it's doing, and Shayna punches it, and Shayna just looks at the bird and goes, "Just stop it. Take me to fucking Calvin."
Well, I never. This cassowary. I think you just berate it into bringing you to Calvin.
Yeah.
And it is a weird magical bird thing with some strange affinity for Calvin. And so I think that is the one thing that you could possibly make it do, right? This not very intelligent bird thing. And so it starts flying off toward the one thing it has a connection to, our dear Calvin, clambering up the last bit of...
I mean, he's walking.
Oh yeah, you're walking, right? Sort of hop stepping as you
Yeah.
quickly want to get up to the top. So you finally crest, and you're on that bit of the very tip of the hilt, right, or whatever, standing up on the dagger downturned, and you have this telescopic wire thing that you've been asked to affix to it. What do? Do you just like stab it in there? It's this weird
he's
kind of
just gonna-
strange stone magical structure. How are you gonna make it stick?
Just gonna do his best.
Okay.
He's
Just
like
gonna
he
stab
doesn't
it?
know the plan, so he's just kind of hoping that stabbing it to the ground is gonna make it work.
Does that make it work?
I'm gonna spend sortilege on it regardless. so
Okay,
there's a
cool.
little bit
There
of
we go.
magic
Yeah,
Just
roll.
having some
Help
sort of
roll
legend work.
this.
Let's pull a new card. We're at sort of a new scene, which means you're not triple diminished. Blind Guardian. Sweet. It is visions and enhancing silver magic and diminishing gold.
Okay.
Not
So
great.
that's a 3.
Awesome. You stab it into the giant sky tower, and it sort of hums with vibrations, but it is not affixing.
Shoot. I was really hoping that was gonna work.
It is an incredibly magical structure. So you can see a giant cassowary is careening toward you.
Oh, thank goodness.
Calvin,
Yes.
use the gum.
Yes.
The gum?
Yeah.
What gum?
Check your fucking pockets.
All right.
There's loose, wet gum.
Oh, great.
Gross.
It had to be pre-chewed.
You affix the gum. You set the sort of little like electricity rod here thing into the gum, and what does it do? Does it just start? Yeah.
Yeah. The rod begins to sort of like hum, and it starts to like take on the same like resonant frequency as the tower itself.
Cool.
That gum, after you like stick, plunk,
Yeah.
it's gross, but then it's almost like it disappears. And then you sort of look back, and that rod itself is stone.
Nice.
It's a part
Perfect.
of the tower pointing up into the air. And it's like humming and shaking, and the sort of tower itself is humming and shaking, and the air around you is vibrating. And Shayna flies past in a cassowary and grabs you.
This is amazing. Ooh, we have a sub. Let us know who Sortilid should go to.
Yes. And goes, cover your head. This is gonna hurt.
Excellent. Suddenly, like a bunch of, like, goodness, like pitted stone that's been worn away by some sort of briny water, right? Wearing away at it. Suddenly, a bunch of little divots in space-time start opening up all around you. You can see dark, stormy skies, but many different colors and shades and many different times and spaces as these key falls are being tapped into and punctured by Shayna's horrible, like divining rod situation. So I'm imagining this. So tell me how it actually engages. So we've got space-time opening up to all kinds of key falls.
Yeah. These key falls basically begin to sort of pour out and begin to like spin and interact with each other
Yeah.
and basically create a key fall hurricane.
Cool. Perfect. There's brief cheering that starts to turn into screams of horror as people are excited initially by the key fall and then realize it's a key fall hurricane.
Yeah, like touching down are 3 distinct funnel clouds.
Cool.
That begin just destroying houses.
Oh, yeah.
And like tearing into flesh.
Oh, my goodness.
It's terrible and awful.
Okay, so we got the key fall.
This was kind of bad.
How does this become? How does this reintroduce the weirdness and fight the normalness?
It's in there already.
So we just let everything get destroyed by this weird key hurricane?
It wasn't supposed to be a hurricane, but yeah.
Oh gosh.
A huge, like intense, like wrought iron key lands right in between the two of you with a huge thud.
Into the bird?
Oh, you're on the bird?
We're on the
Oh, I'm
cassowary.
sorry. I thought you were still on the dagger.
No, they were trying to
well,
escape the epicenter.
It does land on the bird. It does not go through the bird. It bruises the bird, but it's fine. Bird's fine. What I'm saying is,
Poor birdie.
an improbable circumstance of a huge wrought iron key lands in your lap, functionally, as you are flying around this key hurricane.
What do we do with this?
I don't know.
Well, these things solve problems, right? So we just gotta figure out where to put this to make the problem go away.
Did you see a door to the tower?
I mean, that might not make the problem go away. That might open the door to the tower and create new problems.
As soon as you say that, you are standing in front of an open door in the tower, having used the key. Have more to spare.
How did you talk me into this?
I promised you a job.
Not that far back. I'm from the past again.
Right.
This is some
really
unforeseen circumstances.
What do we see over your shoulders? Like, what's changed in the moments of, or however much time has passed? Like, so it was 3 funnel clouds. Now is it like 6 or something?
I think 2 of the funnel clouds have moved over, and now the funnel clouds has tornado arms, and it's like fighting.
Yeah, cool, perfect.
Oh my gosh! Can it? It should be punching like a bit of this like shadowification, right? It should be duking it out with.
They're having a kaiju battle for reality?
But it's not a kaiju battle so much as the kaiju is stomping buildings, because it's supposed to be like smashing these yoga studios and crushing these whole 30 food distribution centers.
Oh my gosh.
So it's just going full Godzilla on these shadow parts of Satyrine.
Which is turning them into, is reducing their forms and turning them into the strange summoned entities that made them up. Give me 1 sec to find, oh, not in here. You enter the Sky Tower. Whether the door slams behind you. Sorry, you did get the time wave. You basically opened yourself up to this.
Yeah, that's true.
You should know that.
No, this is extremely good.
The two of them are in the tower. They both look at each other. They look to their right. There's a cassowary.
Oh, God.
We gotta get rid of this bird.
I mean, that bird was a lunch that I almost finished.
Gross.
Time to eat it.
Gross, Calvin.
It turned into a bird.
Turn it back.
I don't know how to do that. You want to go to the edge of reality, you want to create suns, you want to touch time. I can do that stuff. I don't know how to stop my stuff from becoming birds, he says as one of his cufflinks pops off and turns into a dove and just flutters away. So he has to roll up one of his sleeves.
As a symptom of the worst nature of what we have discovered about the enemy today, the Sky Tower, the epicenter of power of Satyrine, of the Deathless Triumvirate, large portions of it are expensive apartments.
Ugh.
I kid you not. I was like, gross.
Thank you.
They have been properly evacuated because, of course, people that powerful would know not to be here during Dark Ball. And so you find yourself in like a almost zombie apocalypse style feel of this empty, enormous cavernous space. It's sort of a big, weird pyramidal, like a big pyramid space with lots of, the apartments would have windows sort of on the faces of this pyramid. And you're sort of in this big atrium, and there's you can see that there are like 3 different staircase wells that are sort of spiral staircases that lead up. It's pretty dark in here. It's spooky. There's strange vines that are coiled around columns, no one is currently here. So you've entered this room. It's gotten much quieter now that you're in from the key fall, except for the cassowary, of course, and the dove that is cooing off in a distance.
Maybe it's a pigeon.
Oh yeah.
Calvin is going to once again use one of his forte abilities, and it is once again the Indigo ability, which his eyes glow a bright indigo. It allows him to see through illusions, lies, or to see through illusions, see invisible, and understand lies.
Sweet. As you look around, you see. As your eyes glaze over do you have the sword and dagger out of your Hatesist stuff? Is that away?
She pulled them back out when they got in. Yeah.
So when you look at the Hatesist with that eye, you definitely feel a weird resonance with your sort of indigo magic. So these things are changing every time you look at them, they're a little bit different. But they seem to resonate with your indigo eyes. As you look around, there's, it's this very like modern kind of minimalist corporate looking building. But as you look at it, trying to see what's underneath, you notice that the vines that are sort of growing around some of these columns are actually like living snakes, very slowly moving. You notice that certain weird like geometric hanging bits of like art, just a weird couple of triangles hanging around as art, are actually, what look like they might be daggers. There's some strange, when you look at the walls, they look, just impossibly smooth, but when you sort of look beyond them, they have a little texture like scales to them. They've got a little pattern on them. So there's definitely a truth beneath the surface here.
Okay, this place is alive and gross.
Cool. Shana reaches into her no pocket and pulls out a Molotov cocktail.
Yep, I think that's reasonable. When we came in here, what was the plan?
Well, this is the plan now. She looks to the cassowary and says, "You're drafted." Hands the cassowary the Molotov cocktail into its beak. Lights a little fire with her fingers, because she can do that with a cantrip.
Nice.
Lights the Molotov cocktail and goes, "Be free."
Yeah, I think this cassowary, so it's very minimalist. Is there any, are there tables in the lobby?
Oh,
Is there
yeah, there's got to be some weird, uncomfortable looking furniture.
I mean, cassowaries, if you've never seen a video of a cassowary, go to YouTube, watch a cassowary.
They're horrible.
They just kick the crap out of everything. They hate all things that are not cassowaries, and even some cassowaries.
Yeah.
I think cassowaries are Australian, which explains a lot about their aggression and sort of the environment they've been brought up in.
True.
They're an incredibly
Cassowaries
dangerous.
need a hug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it just it's got this Molotov cocktail in its beak, but it's not even throwing the cocktail. The first thing it does is kick tables in half and start just throwing trash about the room. Okay.
The Molotov lights up the place. There's destruction happening. This is, I feel like it's a Molotov cocktail, but you're a Vizsla, so it's a big F off. It is extremely effective, I would say.
Yeah, well, I mean, Shana used the local howling ale for it. Yeah.
Howling up, awesome, lovely. It takes out an entire, maybe 20 apartment-looking things in one corner.
It it yells in celebration.
You hear
with each
multiple
one.
voices yelling in joyous freedom, the kind that you hope to return to Saturnine, as even the void punks and such are getting shadowified these days. So you absolutely decimate a section of this atrium. And I pulled the Watcher, which is parental figure, sight, alertness, observation, and knowledge.
We are being seen,
You are
probably.
being seen. You are being very sneaky. It is of Mysteries, which is Calvin's, and it's the Sovereign, so I think it's +2 for you, actually. So it's finally coming up,
I'm
Calvin.
single enhanced now.
Wow. Dang. Yeah, rough. So you've absolutely decimated a part of this atrium, but do you still have sort of your indigo sight on? Does it last a while?
It lasts a while. I need to see how long it lasts, but I can check to re-up it. Or it's one of those things that you check for diminishing.
Okay, cool. So it's probably still active right now. So through the decimation, there's an unfurling like a rug falling down on a really thin rug falling down on a regular staircase. You don't see any stairs, but this rug sort of gives you the shape of a long, grand staircase up into some sort of portal hanging in the air right now. You hear a voice say, "You'll have to register if you want to see them."
An appointment?
Have you made an appointment? They're very busy.
You have got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding. We just set this place on fire.
This is a voice from far off through this portal up the staircase that has appeared in the middle of the room.
Come on, Calvin. And Shana storms up the staircase.
Calvin is going to be running up the staircase on the outside of the staircase because he's trying to watch for trouble around him as he goes.
Yeah.
So you're running up the sides. So you're just storming up the stairs.
Yeah.
So as you step through the portal, you see that it's less even a portal, especially with your sense of space-time. It's more just kind of an invisible area that had been opened up to you, sort of an upper level, sort of hidden. But it's a big, sparse, room with a little desk and a very prim and proper man sitting at the desk with a big tome and a pen, right? looking for all the world like some office's secretary. There is behind him an enormous doorway, like you can see the outline of it, but it looks like it just fades right into wall. So this is like, 4 stories high, right? These enormous doorway shape, just the frame, but no doors in the frame. The sort of severe-looking prim man has like kind of a very specific mustache style, and is not like making eye contact with you, but is saying, "Welcome to the Delphos Triumvirate's office. I'm afraid they're extremely busy keeping Satyrine safe and protected, but I would be happy to see what I can do to arrange an appointment for you."
How far behind Calvin is Shayna? Or how far behind Shayna is Calvin?
I mean, probably not too far, like 10, 15 feet. I think you're just more used to running than Calvin is.
Yeah, a minute.
Shayna thinks for a moment.
The smell of ozone and metals, pennies and stuff is really strong in here. You've been following this sort of Certes and Qualia. You can tell that this is a place of power, and you're having really weird deja vu, but it's super hard to tell what the heck is happening because you've been having time magic happen all day. So you don't know what to make of that. But you definitely get the sense of, oh my goodness, this is a very wild place, and the hate sistlings are sort of reacting to it a little strongly too.
Positively or negatively?
A little hard to tell, just like kind of more active.
Okay.
Just moving around more.
Shayna pauses for a moment, thinks for a second, goes, "Ah, fuck it, I've earned this," and just moves to chop off his head.
Sweet. Okay. Why don't you make me a roll real quick?
Sure. Mm-hmm. I automatically enhance it. Mm-hmm. Or add an extra die, I mean, because of my powers and things. Mm-hmm. Let's spend one of those. 7, 8, 9, 10, plus whatever level the sword is.
Oh, okay, cool. So you slice through this secretary's shoulders, right across the shoulders, and the head kind of goes tumbling, but no like blood spurts out or anything. It's like you see what looks like layers of kind of clay or some other kind of substance. Like this is it's not a thought form. Mm-hmm. You would have known if it was a thought form, but it clearly is some strange constructed thing rather than a Vizsla as you would know them. The secretary's expression does not even change.
I deal +7 damage.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, you get that head straight off. And the book is sort of lying there in front of you, and the body is sitting just exactly where it had been before you sliced off the head. So,
what does it say anything?
The eyes keep like moving as though they were looking at the book, but the body sort of seems to be shorting out a little bit.
Shayna climbers over the other side of the desk, pushes it out of the chair, and looks for whatever time it is right now in the meetings.
Excellent. As your fingers move, the text on the page keeps shifting. You can't focus your eyes on it. What do you do to try to see through something, see through a secret or something as you're trying to read it? Do you make a roll? Do you call upon some spell? Do you shout at it? Do you stab it?
Shayna reaches into her pocket, pulls out the ring of the Pristine Guard, and she sets it on the book, like sigil side down.
Cool.
Sweet. As you do so, this is the place, the Marquis District is the place where the Pristine Guard rule. They are intimately tied to the Thaw and the Deathless Triumvirate. As the sigil is put down on it, you see a sort of a spell effect get snapped off, and you can see that the entire book is empty. As you look, there's no appointments in here. The truth of it is that there is nothing. And so Calvin, you have gotten up here. You see a lot going on.
Should I pencil us in?
Yeah, sure, I guess. What was our plan? He says as you're...
Exasperated.
Yeah.
What do you write? Like, Shanna and Calvin here to see the DT.
Shayna writes Shayna's Mon and Calvin Weaver to speak with the Deathless Triumvirate and possibly kick some ass.
As soon as you finish your entry, the door frame behind you, gives a creak, and the sort of the very wall that is a part of it just sort of quietly creaks open, and you see that there's a further chamber beyond with some strange light coming out of it.
Our plan, Calvin? Our plan was to get into trouble.
How could I have been a part? How could this version of me have been a part of this plan? I am so suspicious about the period of time that I lost. Okay, fine. We're going to confront them.
You kind of outsourced a lot of the planning to me.
You hear a quiet clapping coming from inside the chamber, and you see a figure come forward that you recognize as Aranea.
Oh.
Aranea of the Hendasa. Shabby coat, hypercube hair, sardonic eyes, and goodness, what else? Yeah, very, very tall.
Cool.
Comes out and says, "You've made it past the Secret Keeper. I'm very impressed."
We just wrote our names in a stupid book. That's your security system?
We don't have much time. Please come inside. You'll note that I am, of course, not the Deathless Triumvirate.
Yeah, you're Aranea.
Very good, very good. There's a matter of the legacy at stake, and I'm afraid we're going to have to move very quickly. You, of course, have been looped up within this legacy business for quite some time, and you, my friend, are a dear keeper of the actuality, and I appreciate that about you. Please, come in.
I met you once.
Barely. Excellent. So as you look behind you, you recall that secretaries are someone who keeps the secret. The secret of what lies behind here. There is no.
Oh my God.
There is no Deathless Triumvirate. Is something that you immediately realize. You already know that the enemy has been stocked up here. But what does lie beyond here is an incredible place of power that you've been sniffing about in this room. You see before you two vast spheres. One is sort of swirling with interesting energy, sort of purpley, and the other is sort of a quieter tumble. And you are getting that vast, weird imbalance of certes and qualia in here. This is an important place of power of Indigo. Aranea welcomes you in. It's this weird magical space.
This wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah. What?
Oh, sweet.
Oh my
Monarch.
God.
Yes. Monty Cook.
Yeah, you monster. Great. It's sovereign, so everybody's at +1. We've been pulling out some good cards. So yeah, you are in this wonderful, beautiful kind of place of power that, with your sort of indigo eyes still on, has been sort of encroached upon by this weird, scaly influence, this darker, stranger corruption on this place.
Oh, this place isn't even supposed to be like this.
Aranea says, "Indeed. There are many ways it can turn out, but I'm not sure what you will do with it."
What do you mean?
Certainly you have learned many secrets of what you are and what you guard, correct?
Yeah, we've been through kind of an information overload recently.
I hate to add to that, but you do see that there are 2 wars being waged today.
Yeah.
There is shadow encroaching upon the light, but there is deeper darkness encroaching upon all that exists. Both of those are important, and you have the power to touch both of those.
So wait, we can only fix one thing?
I have no idea what you'll do.
Thought. Smash the orbs. Throwing it out there.
Okay. I don't know what these orbs are.
Yes.
So here's the thing, Shayna. As a friend of yours, I deeply, deeply appreciate who you are and what your thoughts are. I just think like sometimes you have the right idea and you choose to go about it the wrong way.
Ouch. But also, it hurts because it's true.
So let's put that one that's in there. It's an option. Don't necessarily want to. What are these things before we break them? I guess.
There's a spell that is woven that is all of creation, all of actuality.
Okay.
Right.
The legacy.
Yes.
Aranea snaps their finger and turns into a little rat, and a specific rat, the rat that brought you out of Shadow.
Oh my God, I thought you looked familiar. But you were shorter when I met you.
Snaps their finger and becomes an enormous thaw with golden skin, red coat, tall black boots, floating stone horse. Aranea snaps their fingers again and turns into the Aranea you know. I am an agent of the legacy. I would like to keep that spell going.
Yes,
You are a piece of the legacy, more so than many of us are. It is for that reason that you have the ability to keep it going, to perhaps be a part of where it all started. Even to those of us who are agents of it, some of the angels, it is beyond our ken, but I know that you are a piece of it. So if you are a piece of the spell, you are a piece of what anchors actuality together, the material, the real, how it becomes, how truth bleeds through. You are what's weaving the magic together, and you are concrete and here and in the now, and there's certes and there's qualia, and this is a place that is important to that spell.
okay.
You want to remake the world,
Yes.
or perhaps make the world for the first time.
Yes.
How would you make it differently? What, if there's something you can do, the legacy has taught me to bring you here. You are an important piece of this. I don't know what you will do with it.
Okay.
You can protect it from, so yeah.
There's
There's
something wrong
Yeah.
that we get to right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that I want to make a world. I know that. That's a part of me. It's a deeply embedded part of me. But I always figured whatever I created would be one sun floating amongst a sky of other suns.
Yeah.
And I also know that whatever I create kind of has its own dark reflection, but I don't know if that's summoned or if that's just a coincidental thing that always existed, and creating the sun, you know, that riles up whatever's down there waiting.
very
Fancy.
groovy.
Yeah.
Into it.
We gotta fix this Saturnine problem. I gotta make this thing. Shayna, I'm in a weird position, and I think you are the only person capable of helping me in this weird position, because if I was any other version of myself that has ever been right now, I would jump in and not think twice. But I can't. I'm caught between so many possibilities.
Well, it's going to be okay. Shayna reaches out a hand for you to hold.
Oh,
Calvin reaches a hand back and holds.
We're going to get through this.
Okay,
It's fine.
we're gonna get through this.
Yeah. That one over there, the one that looks kind of sort of sickly.
Mm-hmm.
Just like pop a little hole in it. She hands you a regular knife.
Calvin will take this regular knife. You will make sure this is indeed a regular knife. Yeah, looking at it, there's no deception or anything. So he will go over and...
As soon as you get close to it, Aranea goes, okay. Some possibilities as an agent of the legacy. Again, I don't know what you'll do. You're going to do something I can't expect.
I figure we'll take some of the ones that's got a lot of it, and we'll scoop it up in a cup.
Oh,
and we'll pour it in the other one.
The legacy's all about balance.
Yeah.
That's even true on a very cosmic scale.
So
These are clearly out of balance.
You just
Who's been messing with these?
Points up with, sort of you're looking at past lies eyes. You can see that there's a coiled sort of snake slowly wending its way down toward you. The enemy.
Well, okay, but if I fix this now, what's to stop them from unfixing it later?
You can fix this imbalance. You could go to a world. This place has the raw material to bring the thread that is your nature as a piece of the spell together with the thread that is time. You could go to a safe time, but it may be a temporary refuge. Because the greater problem is not the enemy, not the angular serpentine that is slowly realizing you're here, but it is instead the dark and the light, the agents that want to unmake the spell that weaves actuality together.
Okay. Okay. So.
This is a place where creation will happen someday.
you deal with the balls. I'll handle the snake.
Cool.
I will be back here someday. But a temporary refuge is not a solution.
Cool.
Calvin gets his hands ready to try and connect himself to the actuality, to like summon, I don't know what kind of, I'm going to be spending some hidden knowledge on this action, because I do want to balance them, and in balancing them, I want to understand something about it, bring myself closer to that truth.
Cool.
Is that too weird? No, because
We're about to get real weird with anything you do here. It's going to be real off book, real weird. So get weird. Look at your resources. Remember, you have your secret soul powers.
So, a thing to consider is that time is not just time. Time is also space.
Yes, but I actually know that they don't work super great together.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the first thing that I'm gonna try and do, like Calvin's gonna touch these orbs.
Okay, cool. Beautiful. So you get up close. You see the one sort of the
What
dark
did he do with the knife?
I've probably got it in a pocket or something.
cool.
I'm not.
through a belt loop. So you reach forward and you touch these orbs, and you can feel that it's raw creation. It's all that is life and matter and light. You have Certes on the one, a bit weaker, and you have Qualia on the other. Some integral, a quark. The two of these pieces are just raw creation and life and energy and soul and legacy and magic, right? Those are the two pieces, that duality. The two of them together, you sort of can feel in your hand. Maybe they can be woven, maybe they can be brought together and used like a weave. Potentially, it would be really unstable, but there's some kind of creative force or potential energy to it. So you can touch the two of them. You definitely feel that they're out of balance. You can feel that the Certes, the Qualia is actually getting a little bit faster and spinning up to speed, like the other one. Possibly your key fall trick is slowly taking taking shape, but it is currently, it's going to take time to sort of recapitulate. But I mean, these are the fundamental aspects of actuality. So you could instigate rules, you could remake a world in which up is down and left is right, and everyone has to speak in haikus, right? Like you can create laws of reality.
Yeah,
with this.
Calvin, like what Calvin is seeing in this, I think, is these are the kind of things that he has to know when he makes his son. He's like moving through all of those and like absorbing those lessons as he's touching this thing. And there is a temptation that's like, calling from some part of the core of his being that like, we could do this now. We could just make this world now, and it could be a shining world that only has justice and balance and joy and none of the corruption or evil that has leaked its way into this blasted actuality, and we could just live there. But he also, like, and again, his ardent heart, his gallant heart, like there is definitely, the gallant heart would have bravely tried to do that, even though he was told that it was temporary, even though he's told that it was incomplete, pushing on, trying to chase that. The ardent heart might have started that project before it knew that he could even finish it. But the stoic heart knows to question it first, to take his time, and to wait until he's really able to control these things, not take shortcuts. This isn't the time for that. This was all right once, and in order to have it keep going so that he can actually arrive at that moment, he needs it to be all right again. So he will take a strand of the actuality, and he's going to create a foundation. And then he is going to reach out into the cycles, into the growth, the decay, and he is going to wrap time around it, forming a combination that will move this back to where it was before it started going out of whack.
How deep are you reaching?
Well, Calvin, I think, needed probably to refresh his pool before.
And your focus, and you're so hyper-focused on what's happening with these orbs that you are barely processing, or probably not at all processing, what's happening around you, which is that Shayna is being beset upon by an agent of the Angular Serpentine. Yes. This enormous cobra slithers down from the top of the room you're in and starts sort of like stalking toward you, sort of hissing at you, defector, protector of Indigo, piece of the city that was, just hurling, hurling words at you and sort of baring its teeth.
No, it's okay. We can do great things together.
We would never have you among us. You work with that pitiful force that is the city that was. When we raise this to the ground and create a shadow where it stood, you will be stomped to the ground like the rest. You're being very reasonable, but this thing is more like, I would just rather wipe you off the face of the earth.
Shayna
stalking closer,
looks at it and goes, I was gonna like trick you and be really cool, but I guess I'm just fucking killing you.
You can try.
And pulls and goes at it.
Okay, super cool. Unwelcome Child is the card I drew.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm thinking of vignetting a little bit because you have like a bunch of really great powers. So you're actually like way more dangerous than they remember you as, let us say. So Unwelcome Child is super cool. It's got a creepy little girl with a big exploded out clock behind her holding a cat. And bad luck, imbalance, things undesired, outcasts, and duplicitousness which is pretty on the nose, pretty funny. Cool. So I'm thinking that
Unwelcome child is not great.
no, it is not. So to some extent, I almost feel like it's like that's you though. You are the unwelcome child.
Yeah.
So tell me how you surprise this horrible creature of the angular serpentine. You're just gonna like reach out and attack, but like in what way? What trick up your sleeve do you have that they don't expect?
Shayna moves in to stab at it.
Yeah.
And sort of intentionally leaves her left hand a little open. So that way it bites and it swallows her pinky.
Oh, sweet. Yes.
And she then uses a little cantrip to activate the small, deep purple candle in the shape of a finger bone that smells like iron and salt.
What?
From Alan Cohen at
Nice.
Kermode the Bear. Thank you,
Sweet.
Alan. This small little finger bone candle. When this candle is lit, instead of a normal flame, it seems to suck in the light around it. Shadows pull towards you, reaching out with withered fingers, claws, and talons. They grab hold of whoever is holding the candle and pull them in. They suffer one wound and transported to a place long forgotten.
What?
That's awesome.
That is dope.
So you like, do you? Oh, and yeah, you say catch, right? And
Yeah.
You toss it into the open maw. Give me a roll, some sort of accuracy business. This is
Shayna has a secret that's her spend 3 bene, so I'm gonna.
do it,
And sortilege.
and you get +7 because it's a
Is my pinky finger a ranged light weapon?
yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Cool. Well then, my highest is a 6, 7, 8. So I've got an 11.
An 11. Okay,
Plus,
+7.
yeah.
So you have an 18.
Cool.
Excellent. I think it darts out of the way. It's this powerful muscular creature that's all about quick, immediate movement. You're in its home base, but you warp space and time. And so just as you are, you perfectly aim it and you throw it, your aim is true, but it darts out of the way. But your magic sort of warps. Is it the candle or the snake itself to sort
The
of?
snake itself.
Excellent. It glitches out and finds itself sort
Shayna
of
has recently learned the ability to freeze things in time. So she does that briefly.
perfect.
Oh, yes.
So it darts but is frozen, and the candle is lobbed beautifully and gracefully into its throat. That purple flame, that smell of iron and salt, suddenly is snuffed out as they are gone. The angular serpentine creature is just completely somewhere else. Love it. So this sort of battle is sort of going on, although it was very quickly resolved. At least the initial creature that's
Yeah.
in here. Let's not assume that they're left it totally unguarded.
Oh,
What
I'm
were
sure
you-
there's more.
Yeah, yep. That can be relied upon. Aranea sort of claps their hands and says, and sort of gives you some sort of obeisance, sort of very impressed and happy.
I'm gonna have to get a new pinky still, so.
You could build a world in which you have a pinky.
No, I'm good.
There are easier ways.
So Calvin is weaving this together to create the balance that existed before.
Okay.
So he's spending 17 sorcery on doing that, I
Nice.
think.
I might draw a new card since this is a big fuck off spell. Revealing Knife. That used to come up all the time.
Yeah, and I kind of got the perfect way to do it. So while he's doing this spell, he understands how difficult it is to keep stable, and he needs to put all of himself into doing that, and it could tear him apart, which is why he knows now that he created versions of himself with different hearts, as his gallant heart, like the flames leak off of him, and I think create another version of him that is holding the other part of the weave.
Sweet.
So they're maintaining this together. Calvin doesn't feel like he's being torn apart anymore, but holding the legacy as one would hold an aggregate, as one would hold part of a weave, that shows you things. It gives you information that you don't normally have. And we cut back to Ari Aloha
Yes.
uttering
That's what I was
a
gonna say.
cryptic message on that ship. This is just before they reach the edge of creation. I mean, did you have something in mind?
I have a
Or-
thought, but if you have a thought, I was going to this.
So let's
Yeah.
negotiate this
Nice.
because my thought is that Calvin is right now using two parts of himself to hold this together. And this is absolutely necessary to keep actuality being a thing. But he's also going to learn in this moment that he needs to save his son. Because he's the only one that can do it.
And which heart is the son?
Oh my God.
The final
It's
heart.
the final heart.
The air.
So
So, yeah, God. So
we got there.
Calvin has to break off his ardent heart. His ardent heart is his only free heart, and that heart has to cast a separate spell, weaving the legacy and time together. Calvin is currently, though, as we can see, out of sorcery points, which is why Calvin's secret heart needs to come into play right now.
Ooh,
And his secret heart is the child.
his secret soul.
His secret soul, sorry.
So you're going to whisper your secret name. Everyone in this room will know your true name.
Which is, well, thank God we banished the angular serpentine, huh?
Yeah. Yep. That was some good timing.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you don't have to say the name, but people will. You want to be in a room of trusted folks. So your secret soul is the child. What does that do?
So the child refreshes all of your pools.
And it's the child. Was it really the child?
It was really the child the whole time.
Oh my God. Sorry. Very exciting.
It's one of the first decisions I made. Played into this ridiculous scenario. Excuse me? All right. So yeah, we'll refresh that pool. And hey, I don't even know why I put them back there because I'm spending all 17 once more.
Okay.
To have this heart, like, again, it grabs a piece of the legacy and a piece of time, and it is like a separate knot that
Yeah.
is separate but also not separate because it's with the legacy. It's all connected.
Yeah.
And the legacy is creation and matter and space, and that is time. It's all the same spell. So I think slowly we can see these things starting to flow into balance, being restored to like where they were before the angular serpentine, the enemy ran its dark machinations. And at the same time, the ardent version of Calvin,
And
which
you are feeling that in a
Yeah.
really intense way. Like your bond with Indigo, this hate cyst seemed to shudder every time you see one of those places get zooped back to having proper qualia, back to truth.
Yes.
the ardent version of Calvin dips into this, like leans into this maelstrom to go, and like this, I guess they must have been sailing to the center of time. So he leans into the center of time, or very close, like very close to the event horizon of the center of time, because I imagine at
The moment of creation.
yeah, that's the moment of creation, and the ship is just before. So he leans into that and sees his son on the netting of this ship as it shakes, beginning to fall. Like, that's the thing that Librelite didn't see, is that he was falling, and he was falling into the nothingness, the void around creation. And Calvin reaches out and catches his arm, and for the first time in, I mean, it's so hard to express what time would even mean, but for the first time in so long, he makes eye contact with his son. And his son sees his dad, knows that his dad is also somewhere else on the ship doing something very important. But this connection between parent and child is reestablished. I need you to come with me.
A quick nod.
And he pulls him through.
An unknowing nod.
And like the portal seals up. And I think Calvin's spell reaches its conclusion.
Unless there's any funny business with Shayna. I don't know if Shayna's messes around with that at all. The revealing knife is kind of my reason I bring it up.
Yeah.
Is there any flourish that Shayna tinkers with on the outside?
So
Probably not this particular step, but the how you're restoring balance.
Yeah.
So Arnea was like you could create a world where you had a pinky, sort of flippantly. And Shayna generally responds, well, I'm not the one for world creating. That's Calvin. I'm not the one cut out for that. I'm a bit too spiteful, a bit too short-sighted, a bit.
A fierce protector of what you protect.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bitch.
Aranea nods.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna let him have his moment.
Awesome. So you step back and you let this series of Calvin's series of spells interact, and you let that creation go on unhindered. So you pull forth your son.
Yeah. I pull my son.
Wild hair, sort of sea breeze already on him from that time so long ago, or now, and now.
As I think, yeah, the form, the soul that is the ardent heart just like gets down on a knee and gives him a big hug.
Awesome. He like is a little confused because you look different, but gives you this enormous hug.
Well, and you probably might also see over my shoulder that there are two other me's.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Calvin was weird before too.
Yeah, that's
So
probably
to
true.
some extent.
Shannon gives a little wave. Hello.
Is there? Oh, there. At least there's no snake corpse.
Yeah.
Cool. So what happens with the rest of that spell? The.
Yeah, I think the chat is making some extremely good points that in holding the legacy, Calvin also probably comes to understand Wayne and Kitty in like ways that he could not before because of what Wayne did.
Yeah. That stitched together bit through reality and time that Wayne did is absolutely apparent to you as sort of a secondary layer that gets peeled back as you're trying to return things to how they were. You can absolutely see that scar tissue that Wayne left through time and sort of know what you were missing.
Yeah, I think it's something that Calvin considers but does not touch. And he also, he acknowledges that there is a connection between him and this other person that he vaguely remembers having an adventure with. But he can't really touch that either. I think they're coming towards the end of this work of rebuilding things the way they were. And the Stoic heart is wrapping up, just taking in as much information as he possibly can right now. And the Gallant heart is on the other end, sort of like taking in that information too, and you can see like impatience on his face. And I think there is like just a moment right before the spell ends where he just flicks something, a little something.
Oh God.
And like it stops, and Calvin, like
Ardent.
yeah, so Ardent Calvin is
Stoic.
dealing with her child. So Calvin Stoic is like, it's different.
It's different. Why is it different?
Oh no.
Why did you make it different?
Cool.
And Gallant goes, it's just a slight change in time, and it's something that really always should have been there anyway.
Okay.
No, it's supposed to be the way it was supposed to be. That's how we do what we want to do.
And as like they're sort of like coming together, because this is very unstable anyway, to have your hearts floating around outside you. Gallant Calvin sort of goes, history now bends towards justice. And oh my God, the assassin. Somebody's got to stop this card. This can't be the card. This is a bad card.
It's the assassin, and it's your current heart.
Nemesis.
Not that it super matters. It's the adept, so it's not the worst it could be. But I think that suggests that a fifth player enters the field. I think it is Daniel McPherson.
Fucker.
Gosh. Takes a step just straight out of the sort of woven together spell magic that's come here, and sort of lifts himself up with one big smile on his face. He blows on his hand as little motes of something get drawn into the mix and cloud your sort of primordial creation soup a little bit. I'll be seeing you. And he
Never
poofs
talk to
away.
me or my son ever again.
Awesome. So we will see what his influence has been, but it is unclear right now. Very good. Yeah. All right. Do we finish off that spell?
Yeah.
I couldn't help it. The card made me do it. I was
God
going to bring
damn
him in. It was going to be a happy ending. But I do like that it bends toward justice.
Never talk to me or my son ever again.
Yes.
S-U-N, S-O-N. Which one?
It doesn't matter, really. It's
Both
all the
and.
same at this point.
Cool. Okay, just wanted to write that down. The room goes quiet as balances, as those two orbs start to become moving at a similar frequency, and it feels a lot better in here. The sort of weird imbalanced smells you've been smelling are have sort of settled down. What happens with the Calvins? Calvin and the Calvins.
They sort of, they
Start a band?
Yeah, they learn more about themselves by watching themselves die. No, I think, zip back together. It's like his heart's returned to his sleeves, and he's himself again. But I think I liked playing the Ardent Heart a little bit more, so I feel like that one's in control right now.
Ardent Heart is active. How are knowing what you know, so you have changed the primordial soup to be that things bend a little toward justice, but also Daniel McPherson threw some wrench in, unclear.
Stupid garbage.
How are the hate cysts, what do they look like now? Do they look
Holy
different?
shit, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I think now the hate cysts, instead of looking like this like soft, like smooth pool generally,
Yeah.
they're now, it looks more like a series of almost more like ferrofluidy,
Oh,
where it's all like
Ooh,
pointy
yeah.
and
Yeah, cool.
like
Nice.
outpouring and poking out and things like that.
Sweet. Are they talking? Is there any personality change that you're finding in them yet? Or that's a thing to discover in the
That's a
future?
thing to discover later.
Cool. They look all ferrofluidy now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Shayna is mostly focused on Calvin's son, though.
Yes. What is this sun like? Do you want me to draw a card?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, because I feel like they're fun. Conspirator. That makes me think he's like a talky gossip.
Shayna,
You know?
Shayna,
charming.
Shayna leans into him, goes, "Hi, I'm your Aunt Shayna."
Oh, cute.
we're going to smash this thing into the ground now.
No, you're
Can
not.
we do that?
No, you absolutely cannot.
Yeah.
This is actuality.
Yeah, we are.
No, that is what the dark wants to do.
No, just the tower.
I'm not even sure. Is that other person in this room still?
Aranea, the
Yeah.
element of the legacy, is just watching all of this unfold.
Is
sort of.
this even in the tower?
Currently, yes.
Okay, well, this place should not be in the tower.
Yeah, you're going to take the balls.
Okay.
Pick one up. They're really awkward to sort of palm, too. They're kind of big.
These are
But,
very heavy.
Suck it up, mister.
Yeah, so we're just going to steal these?
Where are you going to take them?
And smash this.
Well, that's a problem for future Calvin.
So you're on mission. Take these creation orbs elsewhere. All right. What do you do? Where do you go?
Okay. We gotta go. Ooh, I do have one
wanna carry
one
one.
action refresh.
Let me carry one.
Oh, kiddo,
Just one. Come on.
you can't. You've got to be so
I'm
careful.
very careful.
If you drop it, it will destroy half of the universe.
Okay. I get it.
I think he'll give because Calvin is also like
Just the
he's
pushover.
worried about his own ability to hold onto these.
Yeah. Eternal Mountain. I feel like that's sturdy and steady and poise and just like Librelite. Just the Librelite
That's the
side of it coming.
Librelite that's in there.
Yeah.
Because thank God there is some Librelite that's in there. Because
So
otherwise,
the kid is holding the Certes very with poise and grace.
perfect. He is Calvin sighs with relief that it is better than he could have done it.
You guys should leave.
Are you going to be okay?
Aunt Shayna.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Okay. I'm coming right back.
Sure.
Calvin.
We're going to Dad?
We're going to Dad.
Okay. I'm ready.
Calvin is going to use his Gold Sun Path ability.
Ooh, yes.
The ability to travel the path. He is spending 7 to use the ability, and he's spending 2 more so that he can take an additional person with him.
Awesome.
So his son's got like 1 orb under an arm. He grabs his son's hand. He's got the orb under the other arm, and he just snaps his finger, and the universe opens itself up with a shimmering gold light. And I think it's the 2 of them holding hands in front of this dining room where you can see the now bright and airy looking coastal view that's in that room as they walk through together.
Perfect. They snap out of existence, and you're in a room with no orbs in this horrible tower that you've been plotting against for months, probably longer. What do you do, Shayna?
Aranea, you want to live a little?
I am but your agent.
Splendid. Let's smash this thing.
Awesome. Aranea is able to transform into all kinds of things, right? Super fluidly formed. So
Yeah.
they're going to react to whatever you're doing. So you're like stabbing stuff. You bring the hate cyst to it.
Yeah, basically. Shayna looks down at her arms and hands again and goes, "Time to be loud, guys."
Excellent. Roars crack the infrastructure of this place. Aranea turns into some kind of like moth thing and blows a bunch of iridescent scales off that start slicing through different aspects of it. So they're sort of cutting away at things and decaying. The hate cysts are sort of eating away at all of this horrible foreign material on Indigo. And are you stabbing? Are you
Yeah, Shayna is
leaping and just causing immense catastrophic destruction?
Shayna is having the time of her life.
Sweet. What song is playing during this amazing scene?
I think it's very cliche,
Yeah.
but I feel like bad reputation.
Nice. Oh, sweet. I
Yeah.
love it. Very good. All right. So you absolutely decimate this room, but you move on and you sort of slam through. We see you like drop through into the larger atrium of the thing. Hate cysts are flying around, severing huge chunks of it that are opening up into the open air as you're slicing through enough of it that it's actually falling off the rest of the bit. You're still sort of in the hanging sector of it, so you haven't like brought it all down yet. So tell me what it looks like when you sort of strike the final blow that kind of erupts this thing.
Shayna.
I'm imagining you like slicing through a bunch of apartments. It just
Yeah,
so many
Shayna just
floors.
smashes through them all.
Very cool.
Shayna finds herself.
Your blood and fury.
Shayna finds herself in front of this like big stone. It looks like.
Cool.
It's like pulsing. It looks obviously some sort of fancy magic thing, which is the perfect thing to smash. And Shayna like looks at it and goes, "This is for me." And just like
Nice.
stabs it over and over
Cool.
until it just starts to shatter and crack,
Cool.
and everything around begins to fall and crumble.
Now, this core component sends up an apparition of some sort. What horrible! I brought a nemesis, the Vizier, to try to stop you from stabbing it. What sort of thing pops up? Is it La Femme? Is it Michael, your old apprentice?
Yeah, I think it's
trying
Michael
to
pleading.
draw some
Yeah.
nightmare. Okay, it's Michael pleading. Oh,
Yeah.
great. As you're stabbing into this rock, are you pushing on? Does it make you pause a moment?
Yeah, Shayna pauses a moment, looks back up at him.
Please, I'll do better this time.
You were never that good, Michael.
Oh, wow!
Oh man, you are high on your own power,
Yeah.
and you stab into the stone, and that is when you feel the kerchunk of this entire structure coming unhinged from whatever invisible lattice it was hooked onto, and it starts careening down toward the Marquis district.
And Shayna refreshes her sorcery pool
Goodness.
and teleports away.
Oh, great.
Awesome. Super cool. What closing scenes do we need to have as we've sort of unbuggered the current crisis and probably started new crises?
So yeah, Darcy, I mean, there is a really sort of critical card that I need you to pull from the deck because that determines sort of what we come back to.
Interesting.
I think that could be good. I don't know its themes.
Swan, which we have not seen a lot of.
So the thing that absolutely happened, unquestionably happened, while Calvin was gone, is Sophie told Librelite what Librelite saw.
Yes.
And the question is how Librelite reacted to that information. Because Calvin now has their son and is taking their son back home. It's a question of whether or not Librelite's going to be there.
Cool. So I had drawn the questing knight for Librelite earlier about like we have to. As soon as he found out about the sun, he was a changed book person.
Yeah.
He was action oriented. We must act now. He was going to be your home and not help your end. But hearing what he heard, I'm wondering. I was going to say that he is absolutely gone in search of figuring out what the heck happened of this other Calvin that maybe took the sun.
Yeah.
But the swan is related to the questing knight. The questing knight is on a swan.
Oh my God, you're right.
And
yeah.
it's good fortune, good weather, latent talents. So I think you catch him in the nick of time, right? Or otherwise,
Yeah.
that strikes me.
I think Calvin and their son are like walking up and like basically like opening the gate to the house as like Librelite is like shutting the door behind him, like with all sorts
a
of things.
pack and,
like ready to like do whatever he can to like help Calvin. And Librelite just like turns and sees the two of them.
And I think it is like a silent moment. I think the camera steps back into a sound hole, and you see them embrace each other. Like
Lieberlight has just discarded the pack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And a page just comes undone, sort of off of his book. As
Always
just,
crying.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's so fucking cool. Because like crying for a book person is literally shedding off like this emotion.
No wonder he's very tightly wound up. He tries to be very calm, shedding that emotion.
Yeah, they share an embrace on the lawn of their property. Calvin is overcome by this happy emotion, but he also does have to make sure that his son doesn't drop the world. So he drops to her knee, gathers up, and like kind of enters this embrace with all of them. And there's just tears of joy from everyone. And we see the person, and like we're back here, and we can see a silhouette enter frame, and all of a sudden, there's this. Who is this person watching this? And we feel like that kind of feeling of threat bear over the situation, and the camera turns around, and we see it is their nosy ass neighbor, who is like the most boring man in the world, but also constantly goes to the changeries, and he's just something super weird. Drinking his coffee on the lawn, watching this happen.
His head is a full lobster.
Yeah, his head's a full lobster, and he just takes a sip of coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
That's beautiful.
That's it, baby.
Sometimes your neighbor's head's a full lobster.
I love it. What do we leave? What's sort of our rolling credits for the moment scene for Shayna? This could be a bit of a time jump.
Yeah, I think as the credits roll, it's just like a little vignette of Shayna and the Void Punks sitting around the Void and just like drinking and shooting the shit.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a scenes around Saturnine montage.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm not sure, we're probably running out of time for it now, but I think that's what I needed. I needed you hanging out with the Void Punks. I think we get, as the camera zooms further and further out, as you see all around Far Town and distant Saturnine, we're zooming out until you can see the depths of the indigo sun and the umbra on the edges and the darkness further beyond. And I think that's sort of the closing visual we get.
Almost the closing visual.
Lay it on me.
Because we gotta
Because you gotta
What's
wait
the
till all
post-credits
the
scene?
credits
there's
are
the
done.
post-credits scene.
Yeah.
And of course, we are in the umbra beyond, and we don't see anything at first, but we hear a door opening, and then the next shot is somebody getting into the back of a cab, and we can see that is indeed Daniel McPherson. And then a woman adjusts a mirror, and we can see that her eyes are hollow, and that's clearly the end.
There we go. Nice. Perfect.
Because we got to pay off on that, because we never have.
We never have. It has always been dark dealings done sort of in the side, the edges. Cool. There's a lot we haven't gotten to. We had to skip right over, but that's okay because there are podcast stuff
There are
that we can
podcast stuff,
fill
yeah.
some stuff in. We can do some stuff. How has the world changed now that you've remade it in a strange way? Shayna, Deathless Triumvirate was never there for you to end in the first place, interestingly. We need to do character summaries, and then I think we will close this extra long finale out. Sorry, guys. But we wrapped it up. So who wants to start with character summaries? And I won't bother with awarding points right now, because we'll sort of, it's a lot of points.
Yeah.
Shayna had a great day.
He did.
Yeah.
And I handed you the Indigo Medallion.
Yes.
That's what,
that's
all
what this
about.
one was? Oh, that's so
Yeah,
nice.
Protector of Indigo. He hung out with the hate sis so no one else would.
I'll wear my Indigo medallion over my apostate t-shirt.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So you had a good day,
Yes.
Shayna.
Shayna had a great day. Yeah. Shayna got to smash. She got to bash the Fash, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of good punching and
Yeah.
Molotovs.
She got to do weird puzzle solving, like weird nonlinear puzzle solving is a
Yeah.
thing she enjoys, with
Sweet.
making the weird pulsing clock thing. I got
And
to
the key fall.
yeah, I got
Wow,
to
sweet.
I got to pull back in the pinky finger, which I've wanted to for a while.
Yeah, which
Got a
man,
lot of
did
mileage out of that
pay off.
pinky.
Yeah, I got
It really did.
so much mileage out of that pinky finger. Yeah, it was this game is just really fun.
Yeah,
And I
was
like
a
it.
lot of fun.
I
Yeah.
almost wish we had kept the camera rolling when Adira was talking about like the implications of the secrets. I'm glad we didn't because it was probably a little more than we wanted to have on screen. But like, I was like, oh my god, I want to see Adira run this so bad.
Yeah, there's a lot there that
You
is.
have such a great mastery of like secrets and layers of truth and metaphor.
Yeah, I mean, and we will be doing. I don't know if it's next week or we'll come up with a time that we can
Yeah.
all make it. But we're going to be doing a kind of post-season wrap-up episode the way that we did for the first season.
Yeah, will that be kind of a Q&A if people have questions?
Exactly,
I think so, yeah.
exactly. So we'll hold on to your questions and things for that. And,
Yeah.
people, I guess, will also need to decide if they have the courage to finish this season with all of the secrets that sort of are in it.
Sorry.
So Calvin had a good day, I think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Getting his son back at NBD.
Yeah.
Calvin got his son back. Calvin has 3 hearts now. Calvin reunited his family on top of getting his son back. And Calvin currently, Calvin held the actuality in his hands. He understands how it works now on such a fundamental level. And also, now he has to protect the whole damn thing. So there's just so much joy. There's some despair in there too. Daniel McPherson somehow managed to, I think when his gallant heart adjusted that contract, it made whatever legalese that was keeping Daniel McPherson away from him null and void, which is bad news bears.
Yeah.
So there's something amiss in actuality, but that's something that Calvin can deal with later. There's so much despair, but there's a lot more joy right now,
Yeah.
which is so valuable.
Thank goodness. We've had a lot of despair this whole season, so
Yeah.
it's kind of nice to have a little more joy. Are there any is there any big regret? So, we have your characters are thinking about the events of the day. Is there one thing, what's the one thing lingering that you're you feel unresolved about or are left wondering about or feel bad about?
Shanna realizes she doesn't know Calvin's son's name.
Neither does Calvin.
Oh!
Oops.
Which, I'm going to need to think of a name not in this moment, because
Yeah.
that's too much.
Yeah.
I guess hang around for season 3, whatever form that takes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
to learn that information.
So you're I never even got his name. What do you lie awake wondering about?
I did get to tackle pretty much all of the things that I wanted to tackle. I do kind of want to explore the relationship between Calvin and the Loom now.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, for sure.
And, there's a whole host of allies out there somewhere, and we don't even know what they look like.
We should have a party. All right, I think that's where we end it. Thank you so much. We will have information about the Q&A wrap-up session we do. And thank you so much, everybody, for being involved. I loved getting to bring this together. And this was a wild season. Thank you, everybody who told me, Darcy, you really, really have to read some of the secrets because you're playing into them, and you should know that you're doing that. And so somebody was like, and that's when I think we brought up reading them on screen. So.
I'm just so... I can't believe
Flabbergasted.
it. I really can't believe what happened.
It did feel really good to rip the secrets page. For the record, in case any of you were wondering, it feels real good. So
Yeah, thank you again, sincerely, everyone, for
Yes.
supporting this. We would not have been able to make it
Yep.
without your
Yeah.
support. And thank you for supporting it in a way that allows
Yeah.
everybody who wants to watch it to watch it. That's really incredible.
Brings us a lot of joy.
And thank you, Darcy, for running this.
Yes.
for
Ah,
us. And
such as it
Adira
is.
for joining
oh my
us.
gosh, such a perfect addition. I want you to run stuff from. I want you to run this someday.
I mean, we
I
have
was like,
podcast episodes.
We do. We should
can
plot.
do that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But no one's thanked James. James, thank you, James.
Thank you, James. Thank you for going there emotionally with me. I think we can get even more sappy about it in the Q&A, but
and we
thank you
got to
so much.
thank Joe because
Yeah.
without Joe, we could not be broadcasting to
Nope,
you.
no
because
one would know what the hell we were doing.
The setup
Joe
goes
is a
right
hero.
the hell over my head. And yeah, I thank you, viewers who hung out with us and
Yeah.
contributed your ideas, like
Yes.
I've in the moment. That was also super lovely.
Yeah.
But for as much as we impugn his name, Monty Cook designed a hell of a game, and I appreciate getting to run it and play it. So thanks for MCG for letting this happen. And I think we should call it.
Yeah. That's
Everybody
season
stay
2.
safe in Shadow. We will come bring you to the actuality soon. Good night, everybody.